Chapter 40. The Battle of Eradication. What a familiar word. Thales had seen quite a number of plays in the Dark Knight Temple next to the Grand Bazaar, although most of his attention was focused on how to make money from the pockets of the audience. It had to be said that even though the priests of Dark Knight seemed to be neurotic and wrapped themselves up tightly, saying crazy things like, "Our Lord will return. The world will eventually collapse for the second time. History is a lie, and only the true God Dark Knight will save the world," every day, fortunately, they did not say things like, "The long night is coming, and danger is everywhere. Hey Ryan, watch out, that fat sheep is about to turn around." Thales the child beggar who was watching the play. But the plays they rehearsed were really a good way for the illiterate who had transmigrated to understand the world without spending money. Maybe not that good. Thales followed behind Gilbert and remembered a play called The True Dark Knight Descends to the Mortal World and Personally Saves the 33 Princesses. He could not help but twitch his mouth. Among the various dramas that ranged from ridiculous to cautionary, Thales had a deeper impression of a scene called The Day the Calamity Descended, the Day the World Ended. That was the Battle of Eradication. Until now, Thales still remembered that in the background, which was mainly black and red, there was a masked man dressed in black, holding a chain and a sickle. His footsteps were heavy, and the sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the entire stage. The music always became gloomy and scary at that moment, and it often scared the curious children below the stage to tears. Wherever the man in black went, actors wearing headgear of various colors to represent the world cried and screamed as they fell on the stage one after another. He still remembered the chilling words spoken behind the scenes that sounded like the cawing of a crow. "The calamity is here. The calamity is here. It will not let anyone go. It will not let this world go until everyone is captured by the calamity. Wake up, my compatriots, wake up, wake up. The calamity engulfs everything. Hell's river flows backwards into the world. The sky collapses on the earth. The world is coming to an end. The gods are always on our side. The demons are also with us. The emperor stands behind us. The hero is in front of us. Only by fighting can we live, and Dark Knight is eternal. My compatriots. The calamity is here." Dark Knight had once said that the ferrymen of Hell's River did not have a repulsive appearance. Evil fruits and demonic flowers that did not belong to humans could corrupt people's hearts. "I would rather wield my sword and follow the heroes to the afterlife than become the servants of those calamities. This is the final battle. There will be no distinction between us. No distinction between saints and mortals. The Battle of Eradication. When the Dark Knight shrouds the earth, the calamity will definitely dissipate. In Thales' not-so-clear memories in the neurotic drama, the so-called calamity, character who held chains and scythes slaughtered countless living beings until he was defeated by the alliance of the entire world. But until the end, the priests and actors of the Dark Knight Temple did not explain what the calamity was. There were also children on the street who asked, and the priests always made the children say, "When the Dark Knight returns, I am willing to serve," before they were willing to give them a malt candy. Then they would smile and say, "Calamity is the enemy of the world." Thales was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not notice that Gilbert had already led him to the stairs leading to the second floor. The 3 huge portraits of the kings of Constellation that he had seen before were hung neatly on the wall. Lusaka Cole then was a famous portrait painter during the reign of Mendes III. His portraits pay particular attention to combining history, relying on the environment and movements to best display the spirit and temperament of each character. Gilbert said in a daze as he stood under the portraits of the 3 former kings of Constellation. The 3 Constellation kings. These are the few kings and sovereigns in Calvin's masterpieces, just as His Majesty introduced them to you before. A masterpiece? Thales then raised his head and looked carefully at the portrait in the middle of the wall. The young knight who was holding a spear and riding a horse. Judging by his posture, he seemed to be continuously moving forward, and his 7-pointed star emblem. Thales, who had only taken a quick glance before, only now did he have the time to observe carefully. Only then did he notice that this seemingly valiant and heroic knight had a bent spear, a damaged and mottled crown, and bloodstains all over his armor. His steed also looked tired. The knights behind him were all injured. Some of them were charging forward with shields, Some of them were covered in blood, some of their armor was in tatters, some of them were supporting each other on their horses, and some of them only had one arm left. Under the setting sun in the distance, there were mountains of corpses and weapons everywhere. There were only a few people standing, and they decorated the tragic battlefield in loneliness. Blood and darkness dominated the remaining colors. Other than the young knight with the 7-star crown who seemed to be roaring madly, the 6 people behind him had desolate and sorrowful expressions. However, they still had expressions that showed that they would not turn back as they followed Tormund I, who was roaring furiously with his spear raised. When he saw this, Thales thought of something and suddenly remembered Kessel V's words. That is Tormund I, the last prince of the final empire, the founder of Constellation, and the king of Renaissance. His bravery in the Battle of Eradication is still being praised to this day. He is. Thales' expression changed slightly, and he looked at Gilbert beside him. Yes, the king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar, Gilbert answered with a profound expression. During the Battle of Eradication more than 600 years ago, he was the person with the highest status among the surviving empire's commanders in the Western Front. He is also your ancestor, the founder of Constellation after the war. Western Front, surviving, empire's commander, highest status. Thales immediately grasped the keyword. Empire's commander? Which empire? What is his identity? Other than the Western Front, are there any other battlefields? Who is Tormund's enemy? Gilbert was already used to Thales' learning style of interrupting and asking questions, or even refuting, at any time. He smiled and said, "Of course it is the one and only the Empire." The one and only Empire? Yes. Gilbert inhaled and revealed a nostalgic smile. Did you know, young Sir Thales? Originally, our known world was a vast piece of land shaped like an arm, and we, the original land of Constellation, is at the position of the wrist. Thales raised his head abruptly. What? He interrupted Gilbert in shock. An entire piece of land? Then the Eastern Peninsula and the Western Peninsula separated by the Sea of Eradication. But Gilbert only smiled and raised a hand, gesturing for him to quiet down before the portrait of the late king. Let me finish. The answer lies in the Battle of Eradication. But Thales had already figured out an answer that was not far from the truth in his mind. The Battle of Eradication. Wait a minute. The ocean between the 2 peninsulas is called the Sea of Eradication? 2 peninsulas? When he thought of this, Thales could not help but ridicule. Gilbert, are you trying to tell me that a powerful foreign being brought an army to invade our world, and we defeated its intentions in a fierce battle, but inadvertently broke a magic well and blew up the world into 2 peninsulas? Gilbert's smile froze. What? Then the one in the west is still called Kalimdor, shoo. Gilbert smiled helplessly and interrupted him. My young sir, you do indeed have the ability to write novels and make up stories. If it were not for your identity, you might have been able to become an excellent bard or poet. However, we are now in a history lesson. Thales shrugged and shut his mouth. He placed a piece of memory that he had just found into the depths of his brain. It was still related to the girl with the Chinibu syndrome. Gilbert looked at him patiently until Thales stopped talking and became solemn in front of the portrait of his ancestor. Then he continued to explain. More than 3,000 years ago, after humans understood supernatural powers, superclass and supreme class elites emerged one after another. The combat power and equipment of the army were continuously strengthened. After many years of friction, war and union, humans finally became one. They won the war against the other races year after year, and they became the rulers of the known world in the peninsulas. Gilbert's expression was one of reverence and longing. His gaze drifted about as he said faintly, "They built a huge country that spanned across the 4 seas and intimidated the entire peninsulas. It practically touched every corner of the known land. Northlanders, Redalians, Nidar, Karanzarians, Red Earthlings, and aside from a small number of Far Easterners, almost all humans were under its protection and rule. They did not decide on the name of the country or the name of the dynasty. The highest ruler called himself the Emperor. That unprecedented country, it's called the Empire." Thales sucked in a cold breath. What he felt in his heart was not glory or pride. Instead, there was only sorrow and a sigh. War creates the country, and the country creates war. He quietly added a sentence in his heart. It was a sentence that he learned from the master's book in his previous life. Integration and war. It's easy to say, how many wars, how much blood, and how many massacres were needed to create a huge country that was unprecedented in history. However, Gilbert's expression immediately became gloomy. At the height of the empire's rule, a new race that was so powerful that it was almost terrifying was born among the humans without a sound. They were immortal, indestructible, and had peerless strength. Even supreme-class elites were powerless to fight against them. Even the true gods and demons were no match for them. What was even more terrifying was that they had a completely different way of thinking and way of doing things compared to humans, and even the other races. They were unreasonable, wild, and crazy. They were difficult to communicate with. Thales froze slightly. That neurotic figure in blue robes with brown hair seemed to have appeared before him again. He opened and closed his mouth. They stood above the heavens, surpassed the gods, and looked down on all life. Thales snapped out of his daze and saw Gilbert sigh. They were like calamities. When they descended upon the world, they continuously brought chaos, disasters, blood, and massacres. The once great empire gradually declined under the heavy blows, and in the end, it was destroyed. A new race? Born among the humans? Unreasonable? Calamities? Thales thought of something. His heart began to beat irregularly. During Tormund I's era, which was the era when the empire calendar and the calendar of eradication alternated, the empire had already been destroyed for more than 300 years. The world of humans and other races returned to chaos and division. The final empire, where Tormund was only built by the survivors. It was a remnant of the empire's name, but its system, territory, and people were completely different. Historians are used to calling the former great empire the ancient empire, and the latter weak empire the final empire. In the year 1609 of the empire calendar, which was the year the Battle of Eradication took place, the final empire was just a middle-sized country in the world. The ancient empire's spiritual legacy and orthodox name did not bring glory and inheritance, but burdens and hatred. The former vassal lands were full of ambition. The vassal races were restless, and the numerous countries were eyeing them covetously. Although it inherited the ancient empire's glory, the final empire had enemies everywhere. There were endless wars, and its tax burden was heavy. There were years of civil strife, and the emperor was muddle-headed, and his rule declined. The empire's glory was about to end in the year 1609 of the empire calendar. But in that year, that race, those calamities, had already bewitched many believers and followers all over the world. With unprecedented power, they officially declared war on the entire civilized world. Thales shuddered slightly. With his clear logic, he had already caught a few logical errors in this narration, but he did not immediately say anything. Instead, he endured it. What exactly are calamities? What does it mean to be born from humans? Since they had that kind of power, why did they not continue after destroying the ancient empire? Why did they wait until the final empire to officially declare war? Since they are completely unreasonable, why did they recruit followers and believers like a true god? If they have a completely different way of thinking from humans, why did they still declare war? To conquer the world? What a joke. This is a story full of loopholes. But Thales realized that Gilbert was not deliberately misleading him. There was a lot of information that the current Thales could not understand at all. It was just like the secret of the bloody year. What are those calamities? Thales gulped and asked a little nervously. What are they? Gilbert was not surprised by Thales' question, but he did not notice that compared to usual, Thales' tone was less confident and steady. He sighed. After the Battle of Eradication, all information and sources related to the calamities were sealed and forbidden. This was a secret agreement between the gods, demons, and the human world. It was also a countermeasure to prevent their numbers from increasing. As many years passed, the terror of the calamities gradually faded away. Their names and existences were also gradually forgotten by many. However, as the king's only blood descendant, You will know about these sooner or later. Gilbert took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Those calamities were once humans or members of other intelligent races. But desire, greed, and ambition drove them to become something that lost its essence, an alien. Even though they are no different from us most of the time, and even hide among us, they are truly an alien race. In the eyes of the people and most people, these calamities have a common name." Gilbert cleared his throat. His expression was solemn as he enunciated each word clearly. Mystics. At that moment, Thales used all his strength to suppress his body so that it would not tremble too much. In their eyes, mystics are just another type of psionic who appears to be on the same level as the Knights of Eradication, psionic warriors, and other powerful fighters. Gilbert's gaze was cold as he continued, but only the countries and temples who participated in the Battle of Eradication know that these so-called mystics are the terrifying calamities who have brought disaster to history for thousands of years. They have accumulated blood debts, ended 2 generations of empires, and almost destroyed the entire world. Only when they try to kill a mystic will they realize that something is wrong. Only then will they realize that something is wrong. By then, it is usually already too late. Because mystics, those calamities are immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. Young sir, Gilbert said solemnly, if you are unfortunate enough to meet a mystic in the future, protect yourself first. Once you are safe, then try to seek help. We have a set of measures that target the mystic's weaknesses, and can fight against them. Thales' expression did not change as he touched the cut on his right hand, but his teeth were trembling slightly. He might have already seen those calamities. Although Thales' heart was filled with doubts, for his own safety, he could not be too hasty in asking questions in return. Who knew what he would be seen if he was anxious? But it's still not right. If mystics are such a terrifying existence, why would they fight over a small gang? Did Constellation just let their blood bottle gang grow stronger in Constellation? Another doubtful point. So many doubtful points. Gilbert paused for a moment, as if he was wondering why Thales did not speak and ask questions. However, he did not have too many doubts. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought about something. A few minutes later, he spoke softly. There is no need to doubt how terrifying they are. Those calamities are too powerful. More than 600 years ago, under the leadership of a powerful fighter, our most powerful army and their minions fought endlessly in blood and madness. After breaking through the outer perimeter, our most elite knights and warriors surrounded those calamities, but they could only die in battle in droves. Thales recalled the play in Dark Knight Temple. On the stage, the actors fell one by one on the path that the calamities walked on. Gods descended to the world one by one and fell. The demons also crawled to the ground and were destroyed. The powerful fighters of various races rushed to the battlefield and sacrificed themselves. The war lasted for many years. After paying a terrible price, we studied their weaknesses and finally defeated those calamities. Thales clenched his fists tightly. As does lonely words seem to ring in his ears. We lost. Gilbert's words interrupted his memories of Asda. But the power of those cursed calamities is too strong, it's just too terrifying. In the final decisive battle between those above supreme class, those cursed calamities, those bastards who could almost destroy the world. Thales, who was carefully observing Tormund's charge, shuddered. He suddenly knew what was going to happen next. Gilbert calmly said the next sentence. They sank the weakest piece of land in the center of the continent, which was connected by 4 directions. All living beings and matter on it were destroyed. After the land sank, the aftermath of the energy spread and pushed the entire continent in 2 directions. In a short 5 years, the ocean that was formed was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The known land was forcefully split into 2 continents and countless islands. This is the famous The Great Fission from more than 600 years ago. The Battle of Eradication has come to an end. Gilbert exhaled a long breath. His next words made Thales dazed for a moment. That piece of land that sank into the sea included the entire territory of the Final Empire. The Final Empire. And it ended here. Swordless scratched his head. I haven't even told much of the story. Why is it suddenly 200,000 words? Chapter 41. The empire sank, the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The capital of triumph, the capital of the empire with more than 2,500 years of history since the Age of Kings, witnessed the rise and fall of 2 generations of empires. As the final empire sank, it was completely buried at the bottom of the sea of eradication. Gilbert's compassionate words even affected the guards on both sides. Thales could clearly feel that their hands, which were pressed against the hilts of their swords, were trembling slightly. Gilbert pressed down on Thales' shoulder and looked at the young knight on the wall, who was forever roaring and charging forward, but looked as if he would never reach the end. Thales could feel the weight on Gilbert's hand. He heard the former Foreign Affairs Minister quietly recite a poem from Cahill's Yellowhammer's collection of poems. The hero raises his flag, the king raises his spear, the empire has fallen, and the world has lost its light. 10 years of blood and fire, we return victorious, but we can never return to the homeland we fought endlessly for. The emperor no longer exists, and the nobles are all black. When he said this, Gilbert said absent-mindedly, "Thales, my young sir, can you imagine that feeling?" Thales stared at Tormund, who was charging forward with an indomitable will. The young knight looked so brave and fearless. Even on the horrifying battlefield, he still shone brilliantly. At that time, will he know that he can never return to his hometown? Gilbert did not wait for Thales to reply before he sighed. "No, at least I can't." Thales did not say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Living beings in fear, desolate, with nowhere to go. Thales calmly recited the last 2 lines of the poem. Living beings in fear. In his imagination, a majestic and magnificent city appeared, but it was slowly sinking. Everyone was running for their lives, shouting in panic and panicking, but they could only watch helplessly as the seawater drowned everything. At this moment, Thales suddenly raised his head and asked with a solemn and slightly resentful tone, "Who are you?" With a heavy and slightly resentful tone he asked, "Where are those people?" While immersed in the memory of the King of Renaissance, Gilbert turned his head and looked at Thales in puzzlement. Thales also looked at Gilbert. He calmed himself down, and his gaze was calm. Not only the royal family and nobles, but also the knights and soldiers. They were participants in the war. But there are also countless people who live in that land, farmers, merchants, the elderly and children, the boy said calmly. Regardless of whether they are rich or poor, whether they are high or low, and whether they are of different races, they are involuntarily involved in this war. Everyone. During the war, when the continent sank, they were more innocent than the calamities, the emperors, the nobles, and everyone else. But they are the reason for the empire's existence. Did none of them manage to escape? Gilbert stared at Thales and narrowed his eyes slightly, as though he was seeing Thales for the first time, and was re-evaluating him. Just like your grandfather, young Sir Thales, who sympathized with the people, you have a compassionate and benevolent heart. Gilbert sighed. Sympathize with the people? Those who could use the word sympathize probably never put themselves in the same dimension as commoners. As for compassion and benevolence? The prince shook his head silently in his heart. But Gilbert immediately lowered his head dejectedly. His eyes were filled with disappointment. No. The entire world, the final empire, from the nobles to the commoners, all sank into the sea. Only Tormund and his army were left. This proves that the final empire and even the ancient empire are not legends. They truly existed before. Thales lowered his head, closed his eyes and exhaled softly. At this moment, Gilbert's hand, which was on Thales' shoulder, suddenly exerted more force. He spat out the following words, one word at a time. He enunciated each word clearly, and at that time, Prince Tormund was just the most unfavored illegitimate child in the final empire's royal family. Thales shuddered. Thales turned his head abruptly and looked at Gilbert in disbelief. He knew why Gilbert said all this. Forget about titles, territories, and assets. He did not even have the right to inherit his family name. Even the title of prince was just a form of courtesy. Gilbert looked at Thales with a firm gaze. Compared to you right now, he had nothing. The situation he faced was 100 times more dangerous than yours. Thales looked at Gilbert in a daze, then looked at the illegitimate king on the wall. Gilbert shook his head and put down the hand on Thales's shoulder. He continued to speak. The battle of eradication was won. Humans and the entire civilized world celebrated the great victory. The world's politics also changed. In the east, the King of Peaks brought the hopes of the Far Easterners and overthrew the old dynasty to establish the main Nox dynasty. Amar Mimo Hanbol raised his banner and began to spread the great name of the Handel dynasty among his countless believers. In the west, the hero Raikuru Extet was crowned king amidst the cheers of the people. The powerful and proud Extet kingdom was born. But compared to this, Gilbert looked at Master Colvin's painting with a stern and pitiful gaze. The final empire, which inherited the glory of the empire, lost all its land and citizens in one night. Only its last bloodline was left. In one night, the originally insignificant illegitimate child became the only remaining supreme leader of the empire that no longer existed. Regardless of whether it was land, people, supplies, or wealth, Tormund had nothing. Other than the 6 knights by his side, he only had 2,000 soldiers left. They moved in fear in an unfamiliar land. Their hopes were cut off, and their future was bleak. At the age of 24, he moved between many forces of power and suzerains. For the sake of even a little bit of food, a little bit of supplies, a station, or a batch of weapons, he used everything he had, from groveling to arguing for what was right, from sweet words to seizing by force, to maintaining the independent survival of his subordinates and the last dignity of the empire. The lonely Prince Tormund struggled daily between wars, conspiracies, ambitions, and power. He worked hard to survive amidst mockery, exploitation, and malice. He was only 26 years old, but his hair had already turned white. Gilbert placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with reverence. The final prince of the final empire. This was how the people of the 2 peninsulas mocked and ridiculed him at that time. Thales stared fixedly at the valiant prince and did not say a word. 10 years passed. Their numbers dwindled, and their hopes dwindled. Finally, after a battle with heavy casualties, the despairing subordinates carried the corpses of their comrades and surrounded the haggard Prince Tormund. They wept and interrogated him. What was the point of continuing to fight like this? The empire was destroyed, and not a single inch of its land remained. They were like rootless duckweeds, the ashes of history. They would eventually disappear without leaving a trace. Why did they still fight? Why did they not give up? Thales was slightly shaken. He looked at the prince. The ancestor's gaze was no longer the same. When you have nothing, when everything no longer exists, what are you fighting for? Gilbert looked at Thales' expression and sighed in pity. However, he immediately put on a determined look and expression. Thales. For the first time, he called Thales' name in a serious and unceremonious manner. You must listen carefully to what I am going to say next. That night, in the face of his subordinates' reproach, Tormund shed tears. He removed his battered armor, pointed at the stars in the sky, and recited his oath. At that moment, Thales saw the guards on both sides stand up straight with their heads held high. The sound of armor clashing against each other instantly came from the spacious hall. Gilbert's expression was firm, and his tone was solemn as he spat out a few words. As long as the stars exist, so long as the stars exist. The Empress _shall last, so long as the stars be. Thales took a deep breath. Stars. As long as the stars exist. The Empire. Thales pondered over the meaning of this sentence. As soon as the middle-aged noble finished speaking, all the soldiers and guards in the hall began to move vigorously when they heard this sentence. Thud. Then, they swung their fists at the same time and punched the gold and silver 9-pointed star shield. Boom. The spacious hall was instantly filled with a clear echo. Thales, who was shocked by history and in a daze, took a step back in fear. Thales. Before he could react, Gilbert suddenly squatted down and held the boy's shoulders with both of his hands. He looked at him at the same level and said sternly, he looked at Thales at eye level and said sternly, please do not underestimate yourself, your bloodline, and the meaning they represent. The existence of you and Jade Star is the golden age of mankind. It is the strongest proof that the great ancient empire and the heroic final empire still exist in the world. At this point, Gilbert's eyes were filled with excitement. His hands were trembling, causing Thales to feel inexplicably anxious. He continued to speak loudly. That day, year 10 of the calendar of eradication, 27th of September, was the day Constellation was founded. Prince Tormund, who swore while pointing at Constellation, took Jadestar as his surname, and became the founding king of Constellation, Tormund I. In the decades that followed, Constellation became the most powerful country in the Western Peninsula. Together with Extet, they were known as the Western Peninsula's shield and blade. The empire was reborn from the ashes, and in the name of Constellation, it stood in the world again. The glory continued, and the greatness was reborn. When Tormund Jadestar was mentioned, no one remembered the former final prince. He was only known as the King of Renaissance. Gilbert's mustache trembled, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. The Jadestar family's motto was also born from this. Thales felt a little unnatural, even though he also sighed endlessly because of Tormund's story. But when he looked at the zealous Gilbert before him, he still found it difficult to blend in with this emotion. Did Constellation only exist for the former empire? This spirit of building a country is not right. There must be something wrong. However, when he looked at Gilbert's burning gaze and the breathing of the guards on both sides that had clearly become heavier, he could only clench his teeth and nod heavily. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly and spat out the words through gritted teeth. As long as Constellation exists, the empire will live forever. At this moment, a delicate rebuke filled with anger traveled into their ears. Enough! Thales and Gilbert turned their heads at the same time. They saw Jines Bachkovic, who was standing on the stairs with a cold expression. She looked at the teacher-student pair in displeasure. It's dinner time. Chapter 42. That night, under Jines' piercing gaze and merciless scolding, Thales finished a dinner with a lot of rules with much difficulty. He also had a boring etiquette class that he had to attend. After all, etiquette was a code of conduct, and also one of the standards to distinguish social classes. At least he could use the table knife and fork in accordance with the rules with his trembling hands. However, Thales could feel the anger and dissatisfaction hidden in Jines' beautiful eyes. He vaguely knew that it was related to the history of Constellation that Gilbert was talking about in the afternoon. As long as Constellation exists, the empire shall exist forever. Even for someone like Thales, who was not familiar with the legend of Tormund I's founding, he could not help but feel his heart beat faster and his blood boil with passion. Gilbert and the guards in the hall, Thales only found out later that they were all descendants of the final empire's remnant army, were such representatives. However, Thales could keenly sense that Jines hated this sentence, and even the meaning behind it. However, he did not dare to ask. He did not know what attitude this female official, who claimed to be his father's lover, had towards him. When Jines looked at him, Thales saw a flash of disgust in her eyes. He also saw her forcing herself to endure it, as well as her repeated hesitation when she approached him. However, he did not see a sincere smile on her face. So the entire etiquette class was unusually dull. That was until Jines, with a burning gaze, broke the silence, contrary to Thales' expectations. You don't like these rules and etiquette, do you? As she watched Thales bend his wrists with all his might to avoid exceeding the standard arm swings during a meal, Jines suddenly said coldly, "Your expression is even uglier than a horse that has just been shaved." Thales was shocked by the sudden question. In a flurry, he tried his best to answer appropriately. Madam Jines, I know that these are necessary. I am still trying my best to get used to." However, his words were interrupted by Jines again. "Of course you must learn these etiquette," she said coldly, but her voice was filled with mockery and disdain. "But it is best not to become their captive. Walking, sitting, or lying down in a so-called noble manner does not mean that you are really noble. Similarly, bearing those glorious and proud histories does not mean that you are really." Jines did not continue. She subconsciously bit on the second half of her sentence. Thales felt a chill in his heart. It seems like this lady has a different opinion about Gilbert's teaching method. Madam Gines, he cautiously probed. Gilbert's history lesson in the afternoon, you don't seem to be not. What kind of joke is this? That is their great and ancient kingdom. How would I dare to have any opinions? Gines snorted and denied Thale's words. However, the latter could clearly see the mockery and sarcasm in the female official's eyes. Thales fixed his gaze on Gines, his father's lover. Madam Gines, Thales said carefully and softly. You were not father's female official from the beginning, right? Gines raised her eyebrows, and the beauty mole beside her lips trembled slightly. And you don't like these etiquettes and rules either. You don't even like them. Thales hesitated for a moment, but when he looked at the knife and fork in his hand, he still asked, You don't like this country? His voice fell. Gines stared at Thales in a daze. This child. How sensitive. Gines turned her head and looked at the gold and silver 9-pointed star symbol above the fireplace in the study room. She did not speak for a long time. Just when Thales stuck out his tongue, thinking that he had asked the wrong question, and was about to lower his head and continue fighting with his knife and fork as if nothing had happened, Gines sighed. She stared at the knife and fork in Thales' hands in a daze. She said softly, I was born in Bajkovic City in Sud County. It is a small city near the sea in the eastern part of the kingdom. It is not a prosperous trading port, but it is self-sufficient by fishing. It is considered a good place in Constellation. The city master is my father. He is quite famous in the eastern counties. All this while he has strictly trained us to obey the rules, conform to etiquettes, and become ladies. He hoped that one day, our family could also become a famous family with a long legacy. Thales' gaze became solemn. He quickly exercised his already stiff wrist while Gines was not paying attention. But I just had to be a rebellious daughter. I hated these rules and etiquette since I was young. As a result, when I was 16 years old and about to become an adult, I was a wild girl who did not even know how to dance in court. I ate crudely and talked impudently. Gines smiled bitterly under the lamp. She looked at the moon outside the window, but her tone was filled with nostalgia. Of course, my father would not let me do whatever I wanted. In short, those memories were not very pleasant. Things became a little awkward. My family wanted to take away my identity and right of inheritance, and sent me to the temple to be a priest. Thales stuck out his tongue at a place where he could not see. He knew that the priests in the temple usually swore to remain unmarried and serve the gods for life. At this stage, it was probably not as simple as a little awkward. Gines lowered her head slightly. Her gaze dimmed, but she immediately raised her head and flashed a happy smile. But at this time, a prince came to our castle as a guest. What? When he heard this, Thales, who was exercising his wrist, stopped. Prince? It can't be that melodramatic plot that I think it is, right? Gines continued. He heard my story, but he just laughed. His Highness publicly pardoned me of my crimes and promised me that I would not have to follow the rules and etiquettes that normal noble girls must follow. But the prerequisite was that, after I became an adult, I had to find a way to earn a living on my own outside of my identity as a noble girl. This is indeed melodramatic? However, Thales also had some doubts in his heart. Doesn't that prince's way of doing things and thinking, how should I put it, a little too advanced? However, Gines seemed to be talking to herself. The corners of her lips curled up slightly without her realizing it. She did not pay any attention to Thales' reaction. So, I walked out of my family's castle and followed the prince to the capital. From reading the court newspaper for His Highness every day, to being a laborious clerk in a warehouse, to being a scribe who earned 1 copper coin per page, to being a police station secretary, and finally to becoming a level 5 police officer. My life completely changed because of him. Thales was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Gines was a standard noble. He never thought that she had such a colorful past. However, after moving around for many years, I still became a female official in the end. Gines shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. Look at me. A disgrace to nobles who hated etiquettes and rules. But now here I am, teaching the heir of the kingdom, teaching him the etiquettes that I hated the most in the past. After Gines finished speaking, her gaze returned to the dining table, and she stared at Thales. His knife fell to the ground again. Thales let out an awkward chuckle. He asked a question that even he found to be a little melodramatic. That kind prince is Kai, is my father? Your father? Jine's gaze became a little blurry in that instant. However, Thales did not get the answer he expected. The female official turned her head around gently. There was a complicated and indecipherable look on her face. No, it's not him, Jine said softly. Even now, I still remember the smile on His Highness' face when he pardoned me. A girl who was shackled, dirty, crying and throwing a tantrum. That warm, accepting and sunny smile. It was as if he was experiencing all the beauty in this world at every moment. No matter how ugly and dirty it would not move him. Your father, Kessel, was just a foppish prince who was famous for being arrogant and presumptuous in the capital. His face was filled with a naughty smile that would cause ladies to panic. He did not have this kind of reassuring smile. Thales looked at Jines in surprise. King Kessel. Arrogant, presumptuous, foppish prince? He saw Jine's gaze flicker, as if it contained endless sentiments and sighs. Then she slowly spat out each word. That day, the one who came to our castle was the late king's eldest son. King Kessel's eldest brother, Meteor Jadestar, the former crown prince. So, we thought that the Corleone family had come to help us as promised. The so-called three elites. Duke Zayn furrowed his brows and put down a letter with the emblem of a black fong as wax. He crossed his arms under the tricolor iris flower. They were merely losers in the family's internal strife. They used the Corleone family's name, used our invitation, borrowed our long-distance voyage ship, and relied on our special customs clearance to use us, the Covendier family, like fools. They sailed across the Sea of Eradication, escaped from the Hill of Pain, and hid in Eternal Star City. They stayed in our manor for so long, and even took away a lot of blood. Is that so? The two supreme class knights standing in front of his study table, Lord Cassine and Lord Seychelles, did not say anything. They only stared at the middle-aged bald man between them, who was sweating profusely and kneeling on the floor, with complicated expressions. Cassine remembered that the bald middle-aged man was a fellow member of the Tower of Eradication, who came under the old duke's command with him and served Covendier's tricolor iris flowers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man was not skilled enough and was heavily injured in a battle. From then on he could only handle civil affairs. But even so, the old duke still pitied his situation and trusted him to manage the long-distance voyage. What was his name again? Cassine tried hard to search his memory, but he could not remember it. The kneeling middle-aged man's head was almost touching the ground as he stuttered. Yes, yes. They showed the sacred blood emblem that only the Corleone family's direct descendants have. That golden-haired one also threatened us with a terrible attitude. They also had your handwritten letter. Enough. Duke Zayn sighed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Beside him, Butler Ashford immediately took the opportunity to pour a glass of fine wine from Sarah Dukedom. Zayn forced a helpless smile. This matter is not your fault. You may leave. Remember to be more careful next time. The middle-aged bald man felt as if he had been pardoned. He kept nodding and apologizing. Under Seychelles' urging, he only left the study while trembling. He was once a talent, but he is useless now, Zayn said with a pained expression and raised his wine glass. Immediately send him to the Eastern Peninsula again. Get rid of him on the high seas. Don't do anything within the borders and territorial waters. I do not want to commit murder. Hearing this, Cassin's heart skipped a beat. Your Grace, he could not help but say. If you let him stay, I'm sure he will only be more dedicated in the future. Cassine did not notice the secret signal that Seychelles gave him. Forget about the usual matters, but I do not want to make any mistakes when it comes to such a crucial secret matter. Duke Zayn sighed. He made a mistake once. There is already a grudge and a shadow in his heart. Especially, his doubts about his future will only deepen with time. And he knows about our contact with the Corleone family. This is related to that plan. All of you know how important that plan is. Cassine finally noticed Seychelles' secret signal. So he lowered his head and did not speak again. The next time we set sail, get someone new. Duke Zayn took a sip of wine in disappointment. When father was still around, they were far less lax in their work. Ashford replied calmly. Loyalty and caution both require time to settle. Zayn shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, what we lack the most is time. That matter is within a month, and our men cannot participate in it. It's best that nothing goes wrong. Seychelles nodded slightly. Sir, please do not worry. The mercenaries we hired at such a high price will have enough chances to assassinate His Majesty. Lord Cassine trembled slightly. He did not know why his colleague was so bold and reckless. Zayn paused for a moment. After a while he shifted his gaze to Seychelles. Do not speak nonsense, the young duke said coldly. Seychelles lowered his head and apologized, but he was secretly sneering. It seems like the duke is not dissatisfied. All of you should depart. The Cullen family and Nanchester family will send people over. Do not clash with them at this juncture. Zayn's gaze was cold as he cautiously said to Cassine and Seychelles, when those mercenaries succeed, get rid of the people who did it. Cassine was shocked. He raised his head in disbelief. Sir, get rid of those people? Didn't we hire them under another name? Some of them are from the Tower of Eradication. Zayn suddenly looked at him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Cassine's throat trembled. This supreme-class knight could not say the rest of his words. Then persuade your friend to go back, Zayn said calmly. But Ashford knew that this was a sign of his dissatisfaction. Send someone who is not your friend. Seychelles abruptly tugged at the back of Cassine's clothes, causing the latter's words to be stuck in his throat. As you wish, sir. The astute Seychelles nodded. He pulled the ashen-faced Cassine and left after receiving the order. Zayn slowly exhaled and calmed himself down. He looked at the portrait of the old duke in the distance. Cassine is old, he said plainly. After this, send him back to Jadeite City or to his own territory. Ashford's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. As for the matter regarding the Corleone refugees, Ashford, you will personally handle it. Start with the investigation of the Cavaliers who suddenly broke into Vine Manor that night. Zayn spilled the red wine at the bottom of his glass. His gaze was cold. Contact the Corleone family. Write a letter directly to the Night Queen herself. Tell Katerina what happened here. Find the opportunity to increase our bargaining chips. Ashford nodded. As you wish. I remember that Mindy's Hall's probing was handed over to Blood Bottle Gang. Or did you not find Nikolai? Zayn narrowed his eyes and looked at Ashford. No, sir. Ashford bowed slightly. Blood Bottle Gang is now leaderless and in chaos. There are rumors that he went abroad to search for the Blood Mystic. Blood Mystic. Zayn shut his eyes tightly and exhaled through his nose. His upbringing compelled him, with all his might, to swallow the ungraceful words he so desperately wanted to say. Duke Zayn opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his pupils. He put down his wine glass and said, If there is no other way, then we will directly send our men to take control of Blood Bottle Gang. Within these 2 months, I want to control all the rumors and news from civilians to soldiers, nobles to merchants in Blood Bottle Gang's territory. Ashford nodded slightly. The messenger sent to Extet should also return. Let's see if the Archduke of Black Sand region is willing to seize this opportunity. Zayn leaned back into the comfortable recliner and narrowed his eyes. Just wait, father. Tricolor iris flowers will soon advance further. If everything goes well. Let me tell you something. Swordless had a bad habit. He liked to upload chapters first, then carefully browse through them in the reader's interface over and over again. This is more efficient. I can't see anything on the page at all. He would review and revise them. Sometimes, he would even make major revisions. So when you see a new update, look at the time first. If it is an update within 20 minutes, then Swordless is most likely still holding his notebook and revising it. He will only make the overall revision in the background after a while. Don't rush. Wait a while. After half an hour, look again. By then, it will be the final version. So at this time just smile. Don't rush. What if you read a draft chapter, and are poisoned to death by typos and bad logic? Wouldn't that be Swordless' fault? Advertise the book group again. 397147168. Currently there are only 4 people. It feels so miserable. Chapter 43. In the next 20 days, the weather in the capital city turned cold, and winter arrived. Under Jine's fierce training, Thales learned 3 defensive styles, 7 offensive styles, and 1 combined style of the ancient Northland military sword style at the cost of more than 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, under the prerequisites of exhaustion and backache. Only when his arm began to get used to the shape and weight of the shield and sword did he finally change to a larger sword and shield. Listening to Jine's words, he began the process of passively getting beaten up, to learning to get beaten up, which was still what Jine said. In the past, you were the one getting beaten up. Now you need to know why you are the one getting beaten up. This was the extremely strict Jine's. Isn't I still getting beaten up? Hey madam, you haven't shouted to start yet. Hiss. This was the flustered Thales. Under Gilbert's strict supervision, Thales basically learned the advanced grammar of the common language and the basic usage of the ancient empire's language during his culture classes in the afternoon and evening. He began to come into contact with the rhetoric of Constellation's nobles and some necessary foreign languages, such as Far Eastern proverbs and elven warnings. He also learned some basic knowledge of Errol from his tireless history classes. In Constellation, a noble who does not know how to use the ancient empire's alphabet and ancient grammar as rhetoric is not qualified. And Mr. Thales, I believe you will need some time to familiarize yourself with the complicated and ever-changing ancient empire's alphabet. In the next second, as he watched Thales casually write down the ancient empire's alphabet, Gilbert sighed gloomily and threw away his dignity as a teacher into the sea of eradication. All right. Let us enter the next chapter, the basic rhetoric of the ancient empire's language. In Thales' eyes, other than the pony that enjoyed throwing him around and the various strange noblemen's etiquettes, there seemed to be nothing else that did not go his way. Even the Corleone blood clan trio and the lowly archduchess did not bother him. So, Thales nodded slightly in his heart. It's time to explore the mysteries surrounding me. On a slightly warmer afternoon, Gilbert, who was holding a book in a cane, saw Thales standing on a chair in the study room and searching for something on the thick bookshelf. He could not help but ask curiously, "What are you looking for, my young sir?" Gilbert, wait for me for a moment. According to this alphabetical order, it should be here. Why is this book so thick?" Gilbert chuckled softly and walked to the bookshelf. He helped Thales, who had just finished training with his sword in the morning and was physically weak, pull out the thick book from between the books on both sides. "Thank you, Gilbert. Now all the books are here." Thales tiredly tossed the thick book onto the cedarwood study table and placed it together with the few books that were already on it. "This is..." The middle-aged noble walked forward and saw the titles of the books at the top clearly. Jadestar Family History, Constellation's Royal Family Pedigree, Constellation's Decrees and King's Decrees from 1012 to 612, Constellation's Palace Collection, and a few other books, including the Chronicles of Constellation's Kings that he had just obtained. "Oh, these are some books that I've found according to the letters and words that I've learned in the past few weeks. They might be able to record my family's history. I plan to study them slowly after I can read them fluently." Thales scratched his head and said a little awkwardly, "After all, as my father's only son, it doesn't seem right for me to know nothing about Jadestar, the royal family, and my bloodline and family." Gilbert raised his eyebrows slightly, but he soon felt relieved. When he thought about their conversation in the secret chamber, he knew that he should not underestimate this young man's adaptability and precociousness. "This is especially so after I heard you talk about the King of Renaissance, Tormund, and Madame Gines told me some things about the late king's eldest son, who is also my uncle, Prince Midir." Thales spoke excitedly as he arranged the books on the table. Without batting an eyelid, he piled a few books under the other books. The prince continued to speak. "So, I am even more curious about Jadestar and the family that I come from." Gilbert looked at Thales, flashed a smile, and nodded slightly. He did not notice Thales' slightly abnormal breathing rate. "Your eagerness to learn and your diligence really gratifies me. Did Madame Gines tell you the story of the late king's eldest son?" "Yes, although not much." Thales nodded and pushed the book to the side. "I roughly know that Midir Jadestar is a good person with a gentle smile. He seems to be very popular among the people. Out of Thales' expectations, Gilbert's gaze darkened, as if he had recalled something. He is more than popular. But he quickly recovered and nodded thoughtfully. I am afraid that you will not be able to find any records about him. After all, he is not the king of Constellation, and it has not been long since he passed away. Thales rolled his eyes and naturally flipped open a book to block the back of the pile of books beside him. With a curious expression he asked, "If that is the case, Gilbert, do you know him? In your impression, what kind of person is my eldest uncle, Prince Meteor?" Gilbert froze for a moment, then sank into deep thought. He no longer paid attention to the pile of books beside Thales. Crown Prince Meteor. A few seconds later, Gilbert sighed softly and said in a nostalgic tone, "When the late King 80 was 60 years old, he had already begun to assist in the country's politics." At that time, no one doubted that he would be the next virtuous king after Mendes III. He supervised foreign affairs for a period of time, and I was once fortunate enough to work under His Highness. At that time, because I did not cooperate well with my colleagues, I messed up the mission of receiving Steel City's diplomat group. I used the crystal drop wine goblet with the emblem of the sacred tree to entertain the dwarf prince from the Hall of Kings. At that time, Prince Meteor used humorous words to convince the enraged prince that the goblet of the sacred tree had appeared at the banquet to commemorate the prince's grandfather, who had once repelled the army of the sacred tree kingdom. And I could only feel ashamed. After the incident, Prince Meteor naturally did not punish me. He was as benevolent as the rumors said. However, he personally passed me the crystal drop wine goblet with the emblem of the sacred tree and said to me. When he said this, Thales looked at Gilbert in astonishment as he repeated the former crown prince's words with an emotional tone. "Yes, Your Highness. Keel, the current value of this crystal drop wine goblet is equivalent to the friendship between Renaissance Palace and the Hall of Kings Chronicles. This is the debt you owe to the kingdom. When you have performed enough meritorious deeds to repay this value, return this goblet to me to clear your debt." Gilbert stared into the distance and did not speak for a long time. Thales was the only one left. Based on the story told by Gines and Gilbert, he tried his best to paint the image of his uncle in his mind. He was a prince who was skillful and had a noble character. A few minutes later, Gilbert muttered to himself before he continued. "Everyone in the world says that he is kind-hearted and treats people gently, but to us officials, His Highness' talent and wisdom are actually not inferior to his character and temperament. It is difficult to imagine how a person can be benevolent and dignified, gentle and decisive. But Prince Meteor is such a person." Gilbert put down his book and placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with admiration. "It is a little exaggerated to say this, but until now, I still feel that the citizens of Constellation are not worthy of such a good prince. It is a little too early to say this." Gilbert seemed to have recovered from his daze. With a burning gaze, he looked at Thales and said, "But if it is possible, young Sir Thales, I hope that you can also use Prince Meteor as a role model. Constellation needs an heir like this." Gilbert's stern and serious gaze made Thales tremble slightly. At this moment, Thales suddenly remembered something. "Gilbert, my uncle." Thales lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. Then he immediately raised his head and asked, "How did he die?" "You only said that he wielded a sword alone and died together with his guards in front of the palace gate." There was silence. "Hey." Gilbert closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. He then said, "During the Bloody Year, he ordered his guards and soldiers to retreat and walked into the crowd alone. Without wasting a single soldier, without harming a single person, he quelled the crisis of the mob charging at the palace gate. Unfortunately, even though his guards reacted in time, the assassins hidden among the mob had planned for a long time and prepared 6 hidden swords and knives smeared with poison. At that time, I was busy with my diplomatic work, which was going from bad to worse. When I found out that the royal family had been assassinated." "Hey." Thales looked into Gilbert's eyes and did not speak for a long time. The boy then recalled the story of Prince Meteor that Gines had told him a few weeks ago in an abnormal manner. "Especially the last 2 sentences," she said. "Thales, I know what Gilbert said to you today, but I do not know what you think. However, I still remember that Prince Meteor gave me a letter in the past. I only wish to pass it to you in its original form. Madam, I forgive you out of admiration, not out of pity. I admire your courage to break free from your shackles and break through your shackles. But since you have made your choice, please do not hesitate. Do not weakly return to the birdcage that once suffocated you. Do not let the birdcage of your spirit shackle your wings of freedom. Do not sacrifice your true self for an illusory rule. I sincerely hope and bless you. I hope that your life will only belong to you from now on. I wish that you will pass the police qualification test smoothly. Thales was engrossed in thinking about the meaning of these words. What kind of state of mind did a crown prince, who was born in the birdcage that he spoke of, say these words? Then Gilbert called him back from his reminiscence and absent-mindedness to begin their afternoon lesson. As Thales listened to Gilbert explain the 4 different voices of the common human language using ancient proverbs and poems as examples, he glanced at the pile of books beside him. He did not tell Gilbert the truth just now. He was not looking for the Jadestar family's history, nor did he want to understand his uncle, who was like a saint. What Thales wanted was information about mystics. From the first day he arrived at Mindy's Hall, Thales had been planning to explore mystic energy. After experiencing the unstable but effective explosion in Vine Manor, his desire to explore his own secrets became even more urgent. Gilbert's narration of the history of the Battle of Eradication, as well as his attitude towards the calamities, the so-called mystics like Asda, made him even more apprehensive. Even though, Thales whispered to himself, Yodel might have heard my conversation with Asda. The Battle of Eradication. Heavens Fall and Earth Rend. From the Final Empire to Constellation, and Cahilliero's Travels. Supplemental collection of past events of the Great Rift and Sink, were his real goals hidden among the many deceptive history books. They were the truth about the Battle of Eradication and the Calamity Mystics. No matter what, before he could ensure his safety, it was best not to reveal the secret about the strange mystic energy in his body to anyone. Once he learned how to read and write, it was the safest way to start investigating from books. And now, Thales began to copy the different voices of the nobles according to Gilbert's request. Compared to pretending to be relaxed and natural, at the same time, he silently muttered in his heart, hoping that Gilbert would not personally read these books, leave after the lesson, and not help him carry the books back to his room. If everything went smoothly and these peaceful days continued, perhaps he would soon be able to make some progress regarding his own secrets. But Thales would soon find out that for people like him, a peaceful life was forever just a facade. For example, what Thales did not know was that not far away from Mindy's Hall, a meeting regarding his hidden secrets was unfolding, and his secrets were in danger of being exposed. Under the shade of a tree, Yodel stood quietly, as if he was respectfully waiting for the person in the pitch-black carriage in front of him. However, those who had seen him fight knew that Yodel was currently in a highly tense state, ready to attack at any moment. Long time no see, young Yodel. As an old and hoarse voice rose, an old figure walked down from the carriage door that the king had pushed open. Even though Yodel's senses in supreme class had already allowed him to know who the other person in the carriage was. But when he saw the person himself, Yodel could not help but furrow his brows behind the mask. This was an old man dressed in a plain black robe. He held a black wooden walking stick. His hair was sparse and white, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, his face was ordinary and inconspicuous. It could not even leave an impression on the sharpest person. "Won't you say hello to your father?" An old and hoarse voice slowly rose from the old man's throat, as if it had been nurtured in the darkness all year round, and was completely emotionless. Yodel answered the old man's question in silence. The old man grinned, revealing his gums with only a few teeth left. "Well, I almost forgot. Even though my blood flows in your veins, your surname is Cato, not Hansen." Yodel still did not move. "I just came back not long ago." The old man seemed to be used to Yodel's attitude. He did not mind it at all and continued speaking. "My children brought me the results of their investigation into Red Street Market, as well as something interesting." Yodel still did not answer. The old man chuckled softly and said slowly, "You're right. The air mystic, Asda Sakern, who the Secret Intelligence Department has been searching for 12 years without any leads, has been confirmed to have returned to the capital and appeared in Red Street Market. The gears behind Yodel's mask began to turn without anyone noticing. Although Blood Bottle Gang was founded by him and that homicidal maniac, the famous Heir mystic obviously did not come here just to exterminate the Brotherhood and cut off Blacksword's wings. Yodel did not say a word, but the gears behind his mask turned faster and faster. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Cato." With an aged and hoarse voice, the old man let out an unpleasant laugh. "I'm just following His Majesty's orders to investigate how you managed to seal mystics while carrying the royal family's bloodline." Yodel raised his head abruptly. The pair of crystal drop lenses on the mask instantly turned from dark to bright yellow. They stared fixedly at the old man in black. "This mask is still so annoying. I've long since advised His Majesty to throw it away as soon as possible." The old man in black leaned on his walking stick, as if he did not notice the gaze directed at him from behind the lenses. He walked in front of Yodel shakily and let out two unpleasant laughs. Then, as one of the bearers of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, the Supreme Sword and Shield, Mr. Yodel Cato. Chapter 44. Red Street Market. 8:00 p.m. The police station and the city hall had been evacuated 2 days ago. Other than the ruins that needed time to be rebuilt after the battle, Red Street Market was already open for business. The entire street was brightly lit and bustling with people. There were all kinds of men and women coming and going. The lowliest prostitute waved at them from behind the dark alley. After waiting for a person to come over and bargain for half a day, the two of them impatiently walked into the single-story house on the side. In front of the high-class hall, there were beautiful receptionists who attracted all kinds of customers. They ranged from drunken veterans to ignorant newbies, and from the new nobles of the kingdom who had been rich since they were young to the rich merchants who reeked of money. They used a dazzling array of services and a dazzling array of bodies to devour the wallets that came and went. The best were the coachmen dressed neatly in front of the doors. They parked their low-key and luxurious carriages without any insignia in front of the various clubs. A few servants respectfully welcomed the ladies who came down from the clubs into the carriages, and then drove far away. They did not return until the next day. These were the truly powerful and extravagant guests. The hidden identities behind them could even make the bosses of the club's teeth chatter. Everything was the same as it was 20 days ago. It was as if Red Street Market had never experienced a bloody and terrifying gang fight. The protectors of the street and the collectors of profits did not change from the Blood Bottle Gang to the Blackstreet Brotherhood, except for the center of Red Street Market. There, the ruins of more than 10 houses that were blasted into pieces by the Heir mystic were still pitch black. In this pitch-black darkness, dozens of people were busy digging under the ruins with great effort. The sound of iron colliding with the soil could be heard continuously. Under the moonlight, one of the 6 powerhouses of the Blackstreet Brotherhood, the head of intelligence, the sleepless Icobian Lance, draped in a scarlet cloak, stood in the ruins. He looked at the darkness around him, then looked at the lights of tens of thousands of homes in the distance. He could not help but frown. Too close, he thought. Those newly opened guilds are still too close to our excavation site. In the distance, a sleepless whistled. That was the signal. 2 people passed by. Everything is normal. Londa nodded at the other sleepless in the darkness. But he saw the lights on the top floor of a club next door, and the light faintly illuminated a path leading to this place. Londa snorted through her nose. It was too close. Immediately, a sleepless who understood the situation left behind him, and communicated with another member of the Brotherhood for a while. The latter then strode towards the guild hall. Not long after, the lights on the top floor of the clubhouse dimmed, and the surroundings of the ruins fell into darkness once more. Lance then nodded. I should have asked Rick to extend the closed hours. It will affect our homework too much, and we could only do it at night. However, Lance knew that it would be faster for the nobles to cut off an acre of land from their own territories and hand it over to the Brotherhood rather than forbid Red Street Market from doing business. Londa walked forward slowly. It had been 10 days and 10 nights. They had dug 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide under the chess room, but they had found nothing. Right now, he could still use the excuse of searching for clues about the Heir mystic and finding the truth behind the deaths of the Talon brothers in Moria to cover it up. But if he still could not find it, if we don't, we'll be discovered sooner or later, Lon thought grimly. Whether it was the Secret Intelligence Department or the stubborn Blood Bottle Gang. Even the other venomous snakes hidden in the darkness. Even if Red Street Market now belonged to the Brotherhood. Fortunately, the Heir mystic had blown up the surroundings for them. Otherwise, they would have had to put in a lot of effort to seize the ownership of all the houses in the vicinity from the owners of Red Street Market, who had more or less powerful backgrounds. However, the current situation was not bad. According to the plan, the excavation could only start after a year and a half or even longer. Now they could start just a few days after taking over Red Street Market. Of course, the unconcealed excavation site also made it more difficult for them to cover up the secret. That was why they had to dig quickly. Lance could not help but feel a little annoyed. At this moment, found it. A rough and heroic voice came from afar. Lance could not help but be moved. He waved the sleepless behind him away and quickly walked forward. Found it, Corbian. A tall and thin figure walked forward while tightly hugging a long object wrapped in cloth. It was a man with a long and narrow face. His dark blonde curly hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a black leather sling, and 3 short knives were inserted under his ribs and waist. Both of his arms were wrapped in thick bandages. He was so tall that he was second only to Senza, who was 2 meters tall. Unfortunately, his thin figure affected his appearance. Ripper Anton Levinovsky, one of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood. He was in charge of the smuggling of strategic resources such as eternal oil and crystal drop ores. He excitedly hugged the long object covered in mud and walked towards Lance. Behind him, a fat figure, one of the 6 powerhouses, Morris, who was in charge of the human trafficking business, walked forward with a displeased expression. This should be it. I opened it and took a look. Wow, it's exactly the same as the painting. Anton's rough accent sounded especially ear-piercing. You wouldn't have thought that after digging for 10 days and almost digging through the sewers, it wasn't buried in the ground. Instead, it was hidden in the partition between the basement and the surface. If I didn't slip and step on it when I was peeing. Haha, I told you not to overcomplicate things. You and Morris dug like crazy for 10 days. Haha. Morris, who was behind him, crossed his arms and clenched his teeth in displeasure. Look, I've only been here for 5 minutes. I wanted to pee before I left. After holding it in for 10 seconds, Lance finally could not take it anymore. This person from the Eastern continent who had been nagging endlessly for more than 10 years. Shut up, Skinny. Lance fiercely snatched the long object from Anton's hands. Ignoring the mud on it, he opened a corner with trembling hands. Anton still wanted to say something, but Morris, who was behind him, nudged him maliciously, causing him to stumble. Damn fatty. Aren't you just jealous that I'm... Shut up, Anton. This time, it was the fierce Morris. Lance gently covered the object with the cloth. That's right, he said softly, but he could not hide the unusual excitement in his voice. It's this. Lance stroked the long object with his trembling hand, as if he was caressing a lover. After all the hard work, and under the premise that we could not alert the Mystics or the Secret Intelligence Department, we took down Red Street Market. Finally, there is a reward. Hey. Anton spread his hands in displeasure. Who said we didn't alert the Mystic? Who do you think blew up these ruins? The Heir Mystic's appearance was an accident. Blacksword couldn't lure him away, but he really didn't know about this thing, Morris said calmly. But I'm thinking that Asda must know something. That's why he gave up the chance to kill Blacksword, and took the risk to rush back to the capital to intervene in a small territorial dispute. He might even know that we're looking for a weapon that can defeat him. But we still found it under his nose, under the Heir Mystic's nose, Lance said darkly as he observed the outline of the object. At the mention of the Heir Mystic, the 3 of them fell silent for a moment. When I received the news, I thought you and Senza were going to die in Red Street Market. Lance broke the silence and sighed softly. We were lucky. Morris hung his head and his eyes were shrouded in shadows. You should see Moria and the Talon brothers. He still loves to make human balls. What happened to him? Anton's eyes shone with a strange color. Maybe he met his nemesis. Lance clenched the parcel in his hand tightly and closed his eyes gently. But he definitely didn't die. Come to think of it, it's been 12 years. I still can't believe it. Anton gritted his teeth and recalled with a mixture of fear and hatred. I saw it with my own eyes. Blacksword clearly killed him 3 times. Then he resurrected. Morris' face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, in 2 hours he resurrected 3 times. 4 times, Lance added quietly. Outside the palace, after the crown prince was poisoned, Great Charlton killed that monster once. In an instant, the air between the 3 of them seemed to sink. Anton looked at the long object in front of him. With lingering fear and doubt he asked, we've been looking for 10 years. But this thing, is it really useful? After all, the entire continent is filled with anti-mystic equipment. The things on those guards can only slightly weaken the influence of mystic energy, Lance said without hesitation. Only the legendary anti-mystic equipment bestowed by the Empire can truly deal with mystics. This is what Morat told me when I was still in the Secret Intelligence Department. I don't really dare to believe the information about your former boss. Anton's expression changed. As if remembering something, he shuddered again. That old man, even his saliva was poisonous. Oh right. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department actually didn't intervene in our operation this time? Morris said worriedly. After all, according to what you said, this is a legendary anti-mystic equipment that isn't on the books. It's even more serious than privately owning a mystic gun. Privately owning a mystic gun? Lance snorted softly in his heart. Privately owning a mystic gun is nothing more than a death sentence. As for the legendary anti-mystic equipment that isn't on the books. However, Lance just shook his head. The king is almost 48 years old. The matter of choosing the nobles as the crown prince is enough to make them anxious. Besides, I made a deal with Exdet's secret room. They will release news that Morat is interested in. Ramon will attract all the attention of the Secret Intelligence Department. Morat will not discover our goal. I know my teacher too well. But fortunately, neither the Blood Bottle Gang's mystics nor the Secret Intelligence Department know the importance of this thing. Lance caressed the cloth in his hand and pondered about something. All right. Are we really not going to tell Senza, Fiso and Rhoda about the truth of this matter? As he said the names of the other 3 powerhouses, Anton also frowned like the other 2. Anyway, the Heir mystic has also disappeared. Lance shook his head solemnly and passed the bag in his hand to Morris. Nikolai and Catherine have set off to look for the blood mystic. Believe me, I have seen the records of the Secret Intelligence Department. Compared to the blood mystic, Asda is even kinder than Prince Midir. The Brotherhood's 3 powerhouses and Black Sword will be enough to face the mystics. The less the others know, the safer they will be. Morris nodded and tied the long object in his hand tightly. There was sadness in his voice. For the former 9 powerhouses. Chapter 45. There was a long silence. But the old man seemed to be very patient. He patiently waited for Yodel's answer. Finally, the secret protector's voice came from behind the mask. You shouldn't be here, Yodel said coldly. If anyone was present, they would realize that Yodel's hoarse voice was very similar to the old man's. The old man in black did not speak. He only looked at Yodel with a strange smile. The old man's eyes did not move at all. But as someone at the peak of supreme class, Yodel felt that the old man's aura was gradually suppressing him. That night, 3.5 legendary anti-mystic equipment that conceal mystics in the country went to their respective places. The old man in black leaned on his walking stick, grinned, and slowly said, "The Staff of Constellation is the symbol of royal power. The Staff of Constellation is the symbol of royal power. It will always be in the hands of His Majesty. The Judgment Spear is wielded by the legendary Wing, and is guarding the western front lines. The kingdom's wrath is cleaning his motionless bow in the manor outside the city. The other half, which is the Supreme Shield, is with the fortress flower and is left in the broken dragon fortress in the north. Yodel inhaled softly. Only the last half, the recently thawed supreme sword. Followed you Yodel Kato, to Lower City District. It was also that night that the Heir mystic disappeared from Red Street Market, which is adjacent to Lower City District. The old man grinned again. His smile was very ugly. I should have praised you. The last time someone managed to seal a mystic on his own, it was recorded during the ancient empire's era. Yodel's hand under his sleeves slowly tightened its grip on the gray cross-shaped handguard short sword. But Murat's pupils shrank, and his tone changed. You, who went to welcome the kingdom's bloodline, should have kept a low profile and acted in secret. Why did you risk your life to find the Heir mystic and seal him? Don't tell me you want to be a messenger of justice. Yodel did not speak for a long time. The old man was a little impatient. The wrinkles on his face moved. He said, or should I report to His Majesty and let him ask you personally? A long time passed. In the face of one of the 5 most feared people in all of Constellation, Yodel took a deep breath and spoke faintly with the same hoarse voice. You're right. That night I saw Asda Sakern in Red Street Market. At that time he was on Thal's escape route. The black-robed old man continued to stare fixedly, as if this news was nothing. But no one knew that at that moment. Yodel was carefully weighing his words. For Thales, I have no choice but to take action. Although the Supreme Sword is only half a set of equipment, it is enough to seal the Heir mystic. The black-clothed old man lightly coughed twice. On his ordinary face, a pair of eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. I think you don't mind telling me every single detail of what happened to him before you sealed him? From words to emotions, from actions to attitudes? I'm very curious as to why Asda would return to the capital, a place that is so dangerous to him. Yodel clenched his fists tightly under his robes. He had to be careful. He was facing the Black Prophet. He could not lie. He couldn't. Asda Sakern. He's a lunatic, Yodel said flatly. The old man, the Black Prophet, chuckled, the wrinkles on his face rippling. Of course every one of them is a lunatic, so what? Even a lunatic should have words and actions, right? Before he was sealed he was very excited. Yodel answered slowly, choosing his words carefully. The old man stroked his cane, his dry lips parted. You will never be able to understand their emotions. They are not even human. How could they have emotions? This nonsense can't divert his attention. Yodel thought in his heart. Yodel hesitated in his heart for a second before he made a decision. He had to speak. He had to, he said. Yodel's hoarse voice came slowly from behind the mask. He found a newborn mystic. In history, the first recorded appearance of mystics was around the ancient empire, around the year 1025 to 1035 of the imperial calendar. The imperial calendar, year 1000? From the ancient empire to the final empire. The imperial calendar had been used for more than 1,600 years before it was changed to the termination calendar. Thales recalled the basic knowledge he learned in the past few days. In other words, it has been 1,200 years since the mystics appeared. However, this did not seem to be a good time for him to let his mind wander. On the sand under the setting sun, Thales gritted his teeth. Ignoring the soreness in his left shoulder, he carried the heavy wooden shield with his 7-year-old body and charged towards Gines. According to the records of the Ascetic Tower's remnant chapters, a group of merchants headed to the Alchemy Tower witnessed an abnormally large lightning bolt. On the same day, thousands of tribesmen from a tribe 100 miles away from the desert of War God were turned into charred corpses. Lightning? Then why is the Heir mystic's ability to control air? Is it the Fantastic Four? Or an elementalist? Gines moved her feet without changing her expression. The wooden shield in her left hand collided with Thales' shield at an ingenious angle. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' impact was reduced by half. He lost his balance and leaned unnaturally towards the side where the shield fell. Thales panted and used his sword to support himself. He was anxious. Gines saw through Thales' state. With a cold expression, she began to reprimand the boy. What are you thinking? Being absent-minded on the battlefield is suicide. Thales shook his head and tried his best to get rid of the content he saw in the War of Eradication. Heaven's fall and earth-shattering. However, it seemed to be useless. The content regarding mystics still continued to appear in his mind. The Alchemy Tower is as mysterious as ever. They did not give any explanation. It is also impossible to find any written historical records about them. The existing historical records of the ancient empire do not mention this either. However, this is enough to foreshadow the devastation of the Battle of Eradication. What are the Ascetic Tower and the Alchemy Tower? Are they an organization or a place? Thales used the shield's center of gravity to swing the wooden sword in his right hand, which was not much lighter than the shield. With a twisted expression, he turned around and swung his sword. The war began in the year 1609 of the Empire calendar. However, there is no historical record that can prove how the Battle of Eradication started. It was as if all the opposing parties stood on opposite ends of the chessboard overnight and started killing each other. Why? Why is it that the beginning of a war that changed everything can't even be clearly recorded? Gines moved effortlessly and avoided the blade of the sword. She used the hilt of the sword to gently push Thales' body, which had already lost balance. Gilbert, who was watching from the side, shook his head. Thud. Thales fell on the ground again. This time he fell face first into the sand. Puffed. Thales spat out the sand in his mouth, pulled the shield with great difficulty again, and stood up. Enough. Gines shouted with a displeased expression. You only learned the form of the 7 offensive styles. The efficiency is completely different from when you learn the defensive styles. If you are not an idiot, then it means that you are not in the mood to practice today. Thales panted and nodded with an ashamed and apologetic expression. I am sorry, Madam Gines. The number of mystics is even lower than the number of dragons in the legends. At least, there are more than 40 dragons whose names are recorded in history. However, the number of mystics who publicly appeared and participated in the Battle of Eradication was less than 10. 10? 10 against the entire world? Brat! Seeing that Thales was still absent-minded, Gines angrily flung the shield and wooden sword down. Class dismissed. Wake up at 6 in the morning tomorrow, and make up for today's progress. Gilbert furrowed his brows. He did not know what was wrong with Thales. On the battlefield, Gines turned her head and shouted at Count Casso, before dinner he is yours. He's yours before dinner, fix him up like that. Gilbert smiled, raised his hat and bowed. Thales threw down the wooden sword in frustration, and began to deal with his left arm. His arm was stuck on the shield again. Even so, even though he has many followers, the ones who truly caused the Allied forces to suffer huge casualties were mystics in the single digits. The most famous record was the battle at the Sighing Mountain Range at the Eastern Front in May 1614 of the Empire calendar. The Mountain Elves' 8,000 sentinel troops and the Dawn Dynasty's 50,000 well-equipped black armor troops were originally victorious. However, after the appearance of the Power Mystic, they were destroyed overnight. Power Mystic? Power? A single shadow, 58,000. What kind of power could cause such damage? It was almost comparable to an atomic bomb. Can Asta do it too? At this moment, Gines rubbed her palms and was about to leave with an unpleasant expression, but she saw a guard walk forward with a solemn expression and whisper a few words into Gilbert's ear. In the next moment, Thales was surprised to see that Gilbert's expression suddenly became surprised and worried, and even fearful. This Count Casso, who had rich experience in diplomacy, was indifferent to favors and insults, and who did not show his emotions, also had moments of worry and fear? While Thales was puzzled, he heard Gilbert stop Gines and speak with a solemn expression. His Majesty has sent a message. Lord Morat Hansen will be visiting Mindy's Hall tonight. He wants to meet Mr. Thales. Morat Hansen? Who is that? Thales was also surprised to see that the expression of the first-grade female official, Kessel V's lover, Lady Gines, had changed. It was also shock, worry, and gnashing her teeth. He will come sooner or later. Gines' gaze was cold, and her voice was frosty. He will face the bloodline of the royal family, and the inheritance of the throne of Constellation. The head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Prophet Morat. Why wouldn't they join in? The old man in black, Black Prophet Morat Hansen, did not speak again. For the first time, Yodel saw shock and fear in the eyes of Morat, who always had a mysterious and strange look on his face. Fear? A newborn? Mystic? Morat's voice froze. He took a step back in disbelief, and immediately raised his head. It works, Yodel said to himself. Morat knew too many secrets, including the secrets of mystics. But it was also because he knew too much that he was easily distracted by these things. He ignored the thing that he really wanted to hide, the communication between Thales and Asda. Like now. Impossible, the birth of a mystic requires. Morat's face was full of shock. The old man gripped his cane tightly and stared at Yodel's mask, as if he wanted to stare through the layer of purple crystal drops. Who is it? Morat's gaze was a little crazy. Who is the newborn mystic? Morat stared at his son like a poisonous snake, his pupils contracted violently. You know how serious this is. Morat furrowed his brows, focused his gaze, accelerated his breathing, and tightened his grip on the cane in his hand. The new mystic has to be dealt with before it. Yodel adjusted his breathing. Breathing. This should have been easy for a supreme class elite, but it was extremely difficult at the moment. The image of the black-haired, gray-eyed boy slowly became clear. They will stay with you. I will go alone. In Sunset Pub, the stubborn boy's words and his resolute gaze vaguely appeared before his eyes. Yodel clenched his fist lightly. Morat slowly narrowed his eyes. Asda did not say his name, so he probably does not know his name. Yodel carefully sifted through the truest information and slowly organized it into words. Then I sealed Asda. He really does not know Thales's name, Yodel told himself. I am not lying. Morat did not speak. The old man only looked at Yodel with a strange gaze. After a few seconds, Morat looked away. Very good, you did not lie, the old man said affirmatively. His gaze was very solemn. But it is also very bad because you really did not lie, Morat added with a gloomy expression. Yodel felt relieved. He managed to hide it. Now, according to His Majesty's orders, let us go meet Sir Thales. Morat put away his gloominess and solemnity. His face once again radiated an ugly and terrifying smile as he walked towards Mindy's hall. Yodel's breathing suddenly stopped. Morat rubbed his cane and revealed his few remaining teeth. He turned his head and said with a smile, regarding the truth of Red Street Market, you probably don't mind if I ask that child in person again. Like the so-called newborn mystics? Do not misunderstand, it is just a professional habit like, to see if you are hiding anything? Yodel suddenly raised his head. Morat's smile widened. It was almost the climax of the last chapter. Swordless had to work hard. Although there were not many people who collected it, regardless of the starting point of the world of creation, there was a small increase of 1 or 2 every day. As a newbie who had signed a contract, Swordless was still very happy. Chapter 46. In the guest banquet hall on the second floor of Mindy's hall, the guards invited the guests in and closed the door neatly. Say what you have to say and leave. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamps in the hall, Jine stood in front of Thales and blocked his way. She spoke bluntly. Thales calmly looked at the black-robed old man in front of him, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Doubts grew in his heart. You're still so cold, Officer Bajkovic. On the other side of the empty hall, Morat's old and hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. It was extremely unpleasant and made him inexplicably nervous. Morat's tone was mocking. In any case, we have cooperated with tacit understanding more than once. Cooperated? Jine sneered. Who would cooperate with a venomous snake? At that time, it was His Majesty's order and I had no choice but to obey. How disappointing. Morat shook his head in a seemingly regretful manner, as though he was really sad. I thought we were on the same side. You know, I have always treated you as my daughter. As he spoke, Morat's eyes shone brightly. You know, I have personally raised you as my biological daughter. Morat lightly emphasized the word biological. Thales was surprised to see that Jine's expression, who had always been arrogant, suddenly froze. as though someone was strangling her throat. The female official, who had always been arrogant and imposing, immediately turned her head so that others could no longer see her expression. "Forgive me for being blunt." Gilbert, who was at the side, interrupted their conversation. With a serious expression, he bowed slightly. "Lord Hanson, you also know the importance of everything here to the kingdom. Please save unnecessary probing or small talk." Thales was even more surprised. Gilbert, who had always been well-mannered, seemed to be a little angry. "We all know that you are the chief of intelligence, and that you control the kingdom's secret intelligence department, which makes people pale with fright at the mention of it. Constellation also relies on your contributions." Gilbert's face was cold and his words were sharp. "Hence, it is only right for you to meet the future king in advance. Then please do not delay any longer. This is Mr. Thales." He deliberately emphasized the words intelligence agency and king. Thales suddenly realized that the former was meant for him, while the latter was a warning to Morat. The head of the greatest intelligence agency. Thales hid this information in his mind. The atmosphere was really not too good. The solemn Gilbert took a step back, leaving Thales completely out of Morat's field of vision. Morat's gaze swept past the crowd and shot towards the transmigrator. At that moment, Thales felt as if there was some kind of magic in those pitch-black eyes. It was as if she wanted to stare right through him. Thales even had the misconception that he was a little out of breath. Morat walked forward slowly. The sound of his walking stick hitting the ground created an ominous rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. Behind him, the masked protector Yodel also walked forward slowly. "This distance is enough," Gilbert said coldly. "Count Casso, you are indeed His Majesty's most trusted attendant." Amidst the sound of footsteps and walking stick, Morat's gaze was still fixed on Thales, but his footsteps did not stop. His old and hoarse voice traveled into Thales' ears. "I really admire your loyalty to the king, whether it is to the late king or to the late king's heirs." Thales noticed that he emphasized the words heirs. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that after Morat's words fell, Gilbert, who was as sharp as a sword, stopped in his tracks. Gilbert furrowed his eyebrows tightly, as if he had thought of something bad. The eloquent and quick-witted former foreign affairs minister, Count Casso, also gritted his teeth at this moment. He stopped talking and allowed Morat to come closer. Watching the old man in black slowly approach, Thales felt cold sweat trickle down his back. What kind of character is this? With just a few words and a few accents, he managed to make Gines, who has a strong aura, and the experienced and capable Gilbert willingly step back without saying a word? "So young sir, it was not easy for you to escape from Red Street Market and the mystic's hands." Morat put on a smile that was full of wrinkles and said gently but unreasonably coldly, "Mystic? Mystic?" Hearing that, Gines and Gilbert raised their heads in unison and looked at Thales with strange expressions. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously raised his head and looked behind Morat. He saw the masked secret protector, Yodel, standing quietly without saying a word. However, Thales acutely felt that the masked protector's posture seemed to be a little stiff and nervous. "Yodel, did you tell him everything? About my secret?" "In fact, I have some small questions to ask you." Morat smiled again. His eyes behind his wrinkles were extremely sharp. "In private?" Thales gulped. "No, Thales cannot be alone with him." Gines was the first to react. She looked at Gilbert with a solemn expression, as if she wanted to ask the Count for help. Gilbert also looked at Morat with an unfriendly gaze. "Mr. Thales' status is noble. He has the right to choose, accompanied by his entourage, to come into contact with the kingdom's chief of intelligence." Thales furrowed his brows and looked at Morat. "What does he want to ask?" At this moment, Morat leaned on his walking stick and bowed in a seemingly respectful manner. He grinned. Of course. Even whether he wants to talk to me should be up to him. After all, in the future he will be my lord, if my old bones can live that long." Gilbert looked at the Black Prophet strangely, as if wondering why the head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department was so easy to talk to. Only Gine's expression changed and she looked at Thales. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. However, Just as he was about to say, "I am not feeling well today," Murat's next sentence made his gaze pause. "In fact, I still want to report something to you, only in private." Murat bowed submissively again. When the old man raised his head again, his face was still full of smiles. "For example, the 3 children in Lower City District and a young bartender. According to my information, the Brotherhood seems to be dealing with an internal escape incident, and, at that moment, Thales clenched his right fist. 3 children in Lower City District? A young bartender?" Thales' pupils shrank violently. "Sinti Ryan Korea and Jayla." "All right." Thales ignored Jine's anxious gaze and Gilbert's surprise. He took a step forward and said resolutely, "Let's talk in private." The wrinkles on Murat's face were squeezed together by his smile. He turned slightly to the side. "Please move to the study room." At this moment, a sentence appeared out of thin air among the crowd. "Let's talk here." Thales turned around in surprise. The one who spoke was actually Yodel, who had been silent for the whole night behind Murat. "We can retreat." The strange, masked man's hoarse and indistinct voice came from behind the mask. "Only then can I guarantee his safety." Murat seemed to be stunned for a second. When he turned his head again, he was already frowning. After a brief moment of shock, Gilbert exchanged a look with Gines. Both of them nodded firmly. "Let's talk here." Thud. Murat leaned on his walking stick and turned his head to look at Yodel. "Why does everyone think that I, who has served Constellation and Jade Star for decades, will endanger the safety of the only heir and the kingdom's bloodline?" Murat's eyes were cold, but he immediately turned it into an uncomfortable smile. "Fine, let's talk here." Yodel nodded slightly and loosened his grip on the supreme sword that he had been holding in his sleeves for the whole night. "But don't play tricks, Shadow's attendant." Murat smiled at the masked protector and pointed at his head. "No matter where you hide, I can feel your presence." Chapter 47. Yodel, Gilbert and Gines, who kept looking back worriedly, walked out of the banquet hall with different footsteps and different moods. Under the everlasting lamps in the hall, only Thales, who sat in the main seat, and Murat, who stood far behind the banquet table, were left. Silence. But nervousness. Thales pretended to relax his shoulders, and put on a smile that he often used when he was a beggar. But he still felt that the black-clothed old man's devouring gaze was still firmly fixed on him. Thales felt the strange atmosphere in front of him. Doubts kept popping up in his heart while his mind grasped the only information he had. The head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. The head of intelligence. The Black Prophet. The Viper. He knew about my previous identity as a beggar. And Red Street Market and the Mystic. I'll cut to the chase, child. Murat seemed to have lost his patience. He abandoned his former tenderness and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I just want to know about the night you escaped from Red Street Market. When you met the heir mystic, everything he said to you. How did he know that Asda talked to me? Did Yodel betray me?" Thales' brain worked frantically. But this time there were too many variables and information to process. What did Yodel say to him? How much did he say? What did Murat know? About Asda, about Blood Bottle Gang, about my mystic energy going out of control? But no matter what, Thales was certain in his perturbed heart. I must ensure my own safety first. Ever since that night when Quide came to the 6th house to look for his hidden copper, he, the beggar Thales or the would-be heir Thales, seemed to have gotten used to drifting alone in a precarious and involuntary fate, trying his best to survive. What? Thales' face showed just the right amount of doubt. Then he came to a sudden realization and said, "Oh, the Mystic. Are you talking about the legendary bosses of Blood Bottle Gang?" Murat narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was doubtful and hesitant. Thales pretended to recall and scratched his head. "That night, I remember everything was so chaotic everywhere. Blood Bottle Gang's boss words. But things did not go as he expected. Child." He was interrupted. Murat leaned on his walking stick expressionlessly, and his voice reached Thales' ears. "You have a talent for lying and acting." Murat widened his eyes abruptly. His pitch-black pupils shot into Thales' eyes, sending chills down one's spine. "Your old friend Asda Sakern." Murat's eyes widened abruptly. Thales was shocked. I'll say it again. Before Yodel appeared and sealed him. What did Asda tell you? Murat's eyes burned as he waited for his answer. Thales, who was interrupted, stopped abruptly and lowered his head. What does he know? He knows I met Asda? Or could it be that he had seen through me? Either way, the boy's heart was pounding. It's not good. This old man. Thales tried his best to calm down. He's probably the most difficult person I've ever faced. But since he asked, he probably doesn't know what Asda told me. Thales gritted his teeth and thought. Especially when Asda and I are the same kind. But Murat's next words shattered his thoughts once again. Let me remind you again, child. Murat laughed in an unpleasant manner. Asda, you found a newborn mystic, right? At that moment, Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yodel, the boy thought anxiously. What did Yodel tell me? Why is he so sure? Murat laughed strangely. There is a reason why people fear me. The old man in black approached Thales step by step with his walking stick. At that moment, Thales even had the desire to escape. I am a psionic. Even though I do not like this psionic, it has indeed helped me a lot. A bad feeling flashed through Thales' mind. Regarding the Heir mystic, there is no need for you to lie anymore. I can see it clearly in your mind, Asda. Ah, that handsome gigolo in blue. God, he is still so young. Murat's words hit Thales' chest like a heavy hammer. However, the intrigued Murat was not done yet. His words chilled Thales' heart more with each sentence he uttered. What is that in Asda's hand? A blue ball? Look at those 3 meatballs. Does he still like to play with squeezing human flesh? Why is it so dark around us? Where are you guys? Murat's face was full of interest, as if he was casually flipping through an interesting travel book. Thales, whose mind was blank, began to tremble uncontrollably. Blue. Gigolo? Blue ball? Squeezing human flesh? Pitch black? How did he know? How did he know? Thales even felt that his breathing was about to stop. Murat seemed very tired. He lowered his head and rubbed the bridge of his nose. This ability is really strenuous to use. I can't use it often. He then raised his head and grinned, revealing an ugly, wrinkled smile. He looked at the stunned Thales. This is why others call me the Black Prophet. Thales was so shocked that he was speechless. Murat gently opened his lips and spat out the most poisonous words to a transmigrator. Yes, child. I can read people's minds. At this moment, Thales truly felt that he was about to face a great catastrophe. What do we do now? Standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor, the 1st-grade female official, Gines looked at the 2 men in front of her with an unpleasant expression. Both of you know Murat's capabilities and abilities. He will use secrets, information, scandals, and anything else you can think of to control anyone he wants to control. Gines' expression was unpleasant. Gines paced a few steps and said hatefully, You can rest assured and let that child. He is very smart, very mature and has potential. But that is the Black Prophet. The omniscient Black Prophet. I know what he is capable of, Gilbert said solemnly. How do you think the Fortress Treaty was signed without the help of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Then why did you let him go? Kessel, that bastard, what was he thinking? Gines was so angry that she slammed her palm on the railing on the 2nd floor. The huge force caused a dent to appear on the firwood railing. At this moment, Gilbert furrowed his brows and suddenly turned around. Gines, who felt that something was wrong, also turned around in puzzlement. Other than the motionless guards, there were only the 2 of them in the spacious corridor. At some point in time, Yodel had disappeared. Again. At the same time, at the northern city gate of Eternal Star City, the guards and the city defense team had finished their sentry duty for the day. They were preparing to pull down the huge sluice gate and close the magnificent Inkstone City gate. It's another peaceful day. The captain of the last shift of the city defense team thought. He waved his hand and prepared to take his shift. However, the sharp eyes of the soldiers on sentry duty on the city gate saw a few figures on horses galloping towards the capital from afar. Behind them was a white flag. Wait. Don't close the city gate yet. The sentry shouted at his colleagues at the gate with a loud and clear voice. There are fast horses. They should be messengers. The captain climbed up the city gate in puzzlement and looked at the group of cavaliers in the distance. Only when the other party approached did the captain see, to his surprise, that the other party was holding a White Eagle flag. White Eagle. The sentry duty 5 miles away did not stop them, so they should be important messengers. But the captain took a step forward with a solemn expression. He shouted, "The capital is in front. Slow down immediately. City defense team, form an interception formation." Below the city gate, dozens of soldiers from the city defense team immediately shouted. They unsheathed their swords, formed a wall with their shields, and blocked the city gate. They formed a formation in the direction of the cavaliers. Cavaliers, slow down immediately. Report your identities and affairs. The captain shouted towards the outside of the city. The knight raised his head, but he didn't slow down at all. He raised a scroll and shouted anxiously, "I'm here." He raised a scroll and shouted anxiously, "An urgent letter from the Master of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Valarund. Emergency level, level 7. Present it to His Majesty. No one is to stop him. The Duke will be here soon. This is Sir's order." As he spoke, the knight raised his hand, and the scroll with the stone tied to it flew up to the city gate in an inconceivable manner. It was caught firmly in the hand of the captain, who possessed the strength of a superclass. He's a master. No wonder he's a knight from the northern region. The captain thought to himself as he felt the strength in his hand. But when the captain took off the seal and scanned it, he nodded after seeing the signature and imprint on it. The captain took 2 or 3 steps to the edge of the city gate and shouted to the troops below, "Everyone spread out. Let them through immediately. Thank you so much." The knights under the city gate rushed past the soldiers, who made way for them. Under the astonished gazes of the passers-by, they whipped their mounts with all their might and galloped towards the center of the capital. "Speed up! Speed up! Speed up!" The leading knight had a crazed look on his face as he urged the whole team to speed up without any hesitation. The captain looked at the departing knight with a grim expression. "Don't close the door yet. If what he said is true, we still have a Guardian Duke of the North to welcome. Emergency level, level 7. Since I took office, the most urgent report and letter I've ever received was the military report of His Majesty leading the Allied army and defeating the Barenbone people and orcs, right? I remember that was level 6? What's going on?" He was extremely puzzled. The captain hesitated for a moment, but he still turned his head and asked his colleagues behind him, "When was the last time there was a level 7 emergency report?" The members of the city defense team looked at each other with puzzled expressions. "Do we have a level 7 emergency?" A young soldier even scratched his head and asked. There was a moment of silence. "Yes, level 7. A heavy voice was heard. The soldiers turned their heads and looked at the veteran furthest inside. The veteran's face was ashen, as if he was recalling some terrifying past. Last time, his lips were pale as he muttered, Chapter 48. Renaissance Palace was the most important and central building in Eternal Star City. It was also the tallest building. In year 34 of the calendar of eradication, during the later years of Tormund I's reign, he imitated the style of the ancient empire's victorious capital and built this semi-pyramid-shaped palace, surrounded by 6 palace walls. After that, at least 6 supreme kings expanded or repaired it. Under the hands of countless skilled craftsmen, the palace and walls were painted with classic mottled colors. The layout of the palace was grand and dignified. After 600 years, Renaissance Palace was filled with the vicissitudes of life. Above the 225 steps was the Hall of Stars, supported by 24 gigantic pillars. It was grand and wide, and was used for holding national conferences. The open-air northern part of the hall looked down at Star Plaza outside the palace walls, the largest commercial plaza in the central district. The southern part was the convening room for the Imperial Conference. In the middle was the spacious meeting hall, which could accommodate a large number of nobles. At this moment, in the Imperial Conference room, Two people sat on both sides of the meeting table. Under two everlasting lamps, the atmosphere was quiet and heavy. The 39th Supreme King of Constellation. The robust Kessel V put down the letter and report in his hands and raised his head to look at the travel-worn noble opposite him. The Castellan of Cold Castle, the guardian duke of the Northern Territory, the 49-year-old Val Arund narrowed his eyes and looked back at his liege. As one of the masters of the 6 great clans in the kingdom, Val did not appear to be that noble. This was mostly due to the scar that extended from his chest to his chin. He had a neat, round haircut, making it difficult to see his dark brown hair color. Val's face was different from the common constellations. His eyes were dark and sharp. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were protruding. His chin was covered in stubble, and he looked angular. His chainmail armor still carried the chill of the north, and from time to time, melted frost would drip down his armor. On his chest and shoulders, there was the emblem of the Arund family, the head of the 6 great clans that had been guarding the Northland since the ancient empire. The emblem was vivid and lifelike. The Arund family held a snowy branch in its mouth, and opened its sharp claws majestically at Kessel. Duke Val Arund, the Iron Eagle, looked more like a warrior fighting on the front lines than a pampered suzerain. "What an impressive 48th birthday present, Duke Arund," Kessel said coldly. "So?" Val raised his head and glared at his king. "Are you going to kill me here?" King Kessel without an air. "Mind reading?" Thales was in disbelief. He could even hear his heart beating irregularly. Looking at Murat's gloomy eyes, he thought bitterly. "Then what else can I hide? Young sir, there is no need to be too surprised." Murat gently stroked the black wooden walking stick in his hand. It was as inconspicuous as his appearance. "You know, I have seen this expression of yours too many times. From criminals." Murat grinned horribly, revealing his missing teeth. "To kings." "Ha ha 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 ha." Murat laughed sinisterly. Facing such a person, such a terrifying person. Ha ha. Thales's mind was in a complete mess. "I might as well, right at this moment." "Calm down." A voice came from beside his ear. "He's been lying to me all along." Thales was startled. He slammed his palm on the banquet table. The sudden childish voice shocked him. Murat stopped laughing and looked at him strangely. "Don't act rashly. Only I can hear my voice now." Thales desperately grabbed the corner of the banquet table and stared at Murat. He turned his surprise at the voice into fear of Murat's mind-reading ability. "He doesn't need to read minds," the childish lowly voice said in his ear. "He doesn't know how to read minds? But he can determine the existence of a lie," the mysterious voice said. Thales forcibly suppressed his chaotic state of mind and shut his eyes tightly. A piece of memory came back to him. Chiron, the object of research in psychology, is focused on the behavior and psychology of individuals. Our object of research is biased towards the behavior and psychology of groups. There are many differences between the two. An old professor smoked his pipe and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. He smiled at Wu Chiron, who was flipping through the first draft of his thesis in annoyance. He said slowly, "But there is one thing in common. Human behavior and psychology have always been unpredictable and unpredictable. Not to mention the miracle of law. In the face of such a miracle, researchers must be humble. You also know that attempts to use one or a few macroscopic theories to encompass all phenomena in human society have long been criticized to the point of being riddled with holes, because there has never been the possibility of completely understanding the human mind." The memories of his past life flowed away like a tide and returned to his already sizable sea of memories. Thales suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Black Prophet, who was calmly waiting for his answer. "It's about time," Murat Hansen thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes with interest and looked at the little boy in front of him. However, looking at his expression, could it be that there was really something important that Yodel was hiding? Murat tightened his grip on his walking stick. "Very well, let's see how many more lies he can tell." He didn't come here today just to verify Yodel's words and find clues about the newborn mystic. Murat breathed in the sweet air. What a luxurious and decadent smell. More importantly, I came to meet the future king of Constellation and cultivate respect and awe for the kingdom's secret intelligence department in his heart. as well as dependence and obedience. One king with an opinionated mind like Kessel was enough. Stars can only shine in the dark, Murat thought with satisfaction. Next, listen carefully to what I have to say. The lowly's voice whispered in Thales's ear. He doesn't know what you have said. He only knows what he has said. I can't transmit my voice anymore. You will find out. Take care of yourself, Eli. The familiar voice in his ear, which was severely leaky but made him feel much more at ease, did not come again. Thales sucked in another breath. Even though he still looked terrified on the surface, he had already readied himself in his heart. It's just another game, he told himself. His gray pupils contracted and finally focused on Murat, who was in front of him. His brain, which had been frozen by shock and fear, also started to work. First, he sorted out the available information. Murat is lying. After being reminded by the mysterious lowly's voice, he calmly came to this conclusion. 1. I met the mystic. 2. The mystic talked to me. 3. The mystic found out that I am the next mystic. The secret Thales needed to hide was these 3 layers of information. The problem was, Yodel knew all 3 layers of information. If Yodel told Murat everything, then the Black Prophet would not be here at all. What awaits me might be Asda's so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment. I shouldn't have suspected Yodel. From Red Street Market to Vine Manor, he did everything he could to ensure my safety, Thales told himself apologetically. He doesn't know what you have said. The voice told him. Murat doesn't know that the mystic talked to Thales. So, from the beginning, Murat only knew the first layer. As for the rest, he was lying to get information from Thales. And I foolishly took the bait. My panicked behavior probably led me to the second layer. He only knows what he has said. The voice also said. Murat only knows what Murat himself has said. In Murat's words, there was only one thing that was certain. Asda had discovered a new mystic. But that was all. Yodel probably only told him half of the third layer. He doesn't know who the new mystic is. He doesn't need to read minds. Since Murat doesn't know how to read minds, he was just pretending to use his psionic ability, while pinching the bridge of his nose to deceive me. The reason why he could confidently find the image of the Heir mystic in my mind is because I'm too stupid. Looking at Asda's appearance, which has not changed for hundreds of years, how could the kingdom's secret intelligence department not know what he looks like? As for the energy ball in Asda's hand, it's the same. Air wall must be Asda's famous signature skill. He likes the habit of squeezing human flesh balls. After the battle at Red Street Market, the corpses that were squeezed into balls must have been found. And the darkness at Red Street Market that night. Isn't this nonsense? Even a level 5 police officer could point this out during an investigation. So this guy's so-called mind reading, Thales frowned and thought bitterly. It's all a facade that Murat used known information to scare me and force me to submit. Now let's verify this. Lord Hanson, Thales raised his head in horror and said with a slightly trembling voice. Since you know how to read minds, why do you still ask me? You can just read my thoughts. How would I dare? Murat smiled slightly and bowed slightly with his cane in hand. The brain of the person whose mind is being read will be more or less damaged. And you are, after all, my future lord. Then why did you dare to do it just now? Thales roared in his heart. However, if you wish to save yourself some trouble, I can only follow your wishes and go straight into your brain. I will try my best not to harm. Murat's smile did not diminish, and he extended his left hand to Thales. No. There's no need. Thales waved his hand in panic. Let me tell you directly. Looking at Thales' expression, Murat shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. After all, he's just a 7-year-old child. Yes. The Black Prophet lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thales was now completely certain in his heart. Scam me. Scam me again. Call _ bluff. With such good acting skills, why don't you go to the Dark Knight Temple? But he can determine the existence of a lie. This was the only thing that Thales was particularly concerned about. A human lie detector with an unknown mechanism? In other words, in front of the Black Prophet, I can't fabricate things out of thin air. I can only use partial truth to cover up and conceal the real critical point. Partial truth. Chapter 49. The prince snapped his fingers lightly in his heart. Begin. Lord Hanson, Thales said hesitantly. I ran to Red Street Market that night and met a strange man in blue in a chess room. Morat nodded and smiled, encouraging him to continue. Partially true. I cannot lie. Thales repeated in his heart. He said that there was no one around him who he could talk to. So he asked me to look at his chessboard. After looking at it, he suddenly started babbling nonsense, saying that they had fought with humans and lost. Thales revealed a frightened expression. He connected part of the truth to the truth that Morat knew. Then, he'll be able to avoid this human lie detector. Then he went crazy. He wanted to squeeze me into a ball. Thales shuddered and shuddered. Child, it's okay, you're safe. And then? Morat looked at him comfortingly, encouraging the boy in front of him to continue. I felt so scared and uncomfortable. I couldn't breathe. Thales' memory returned to that night in Red Street Market. That suffocating feeling was as if he was experiencing it again. It was extremely real. Up until now, he did not lie. Morat sensed Thales' emotions. After experiencing something like that and surviving in the hands of that calamity, it's not easy for this child. Thales shivered and hugged his body with his arms. In the end, I vaguely heard him say that he found someone who lost control. And their numbers dwindled after the Battle of Eradication. Morat's expression finally became solemn. Lost control? It seems that the newborn mystic is only in the first stage. Not yet. Who? The Black Prophet asked solemnly. Child, did he say? Who is the person who lost control? Thales trembled and shook his head. That strange man did not say. He only proudly said that he would guide that person, and that person would not be able to refuse him. Then Yodel appeared and stabbed him with his sword. Morat exhaled. The image of a smug madman talking to himself before killing someone appeared before his eyes. It seems that Yodel did not hide anything. Morat exhaled through his nose, his ugly wrinkled face twitching slightly. Thales exhaled softly. Partly true, it seems I have got away with it. No, the act must go on. But Yodel said that he won't die, and that he will come back after a dozen or so years, Thales added while trembling. Lord Hanson, they say you know the most, is this true? The weirdo will come back? Morat was preoccupied. He nodded perfunctorily. Yes, the Supreme Sword is not complete. It can only seal a mystic for a short period of time. But don't worry, the kingdom's secret intelligence department won't let him get close to you. The Black Prophet frowned, his mind already flying outside Mindy's hall. Tonight's goal had been achieved. First, he confirmed the information about the Heir mystic from Yodel, and obtained an additional reward: the existence of a newborn mystic. Second, he saw the future heir of Constellation with his own eyes. 3 had left a deep impression on him, one that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Thank you for your honesty and cooperation. Morat bowed deeply. When he raised his head, his gaze was already solemn and serious. Please be prepared. Get ready. Thales was a little puzzled. Morat gave him a deep look and nodded. The timing is a little hard to grasp, but I have a hunch that it will be soon. His cold, hoarse, but old and solemn voice echoed in the aristocratic banquet hall. Your Highness Thales. The prince opened his mouth wide, and his whole body trembled. Your Highness? So. But Morat had no intention of explaining. With a wave of his black robe, he turned around and left. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk the sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out rhythmically. Thales finally came back to his senses. Wait. Lord Hanson. He stood up from his chair and yelled at the Black Prophet's back. The 3 children from downtown district and the news about the bartender. They are still alive. It seems that someone in the Brotherhood is sheltering them. Morat said without stopping and without turning his head. He had more important things to do. But can you tell me? Thales chased after him and spoke anxiously. He wanted to know more details. They are all my friends. Children. Morat's voice rose abruptly, causing Thales to stop in his tracks. You are not a king, not even a prince. The The Jadestar bloodline. When you become the heir of Constellation, when you are strong enough, then we can talk about protecting them. Otherwise, these past things will one day become your weaknesses. The Black Prophet approached the door. His old voice sounded as if it was filled with indignation. And my 60 years of experience in the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department has taught me that the only way to prevent the enemy from sniffing out your weaknesses. Morat stopped in his tracks and turned around with a sinister smile. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Morat slowly raised his hand and gently clenched his fist in the midst of his wrinkled smile. It means to completely eliminate every weakness in your body. Do you understand now? Not His Highness. Prince Thales? Thales stared at him blankly. Morat turned around again and knocked on the door. The guards outside opened the door neatly, revealing the anxious figures of Gilbert and Gines. The masked protector Yodel stood alone on the other side. The former two looked over anxiously. Gines even ignored Morat, and rudely strode across the hall towards Thales. Don't worry, the three of you. Morat chuckled and pointed at the ground. Constellation has an excellent heir. One day, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department will become his arm and be used by him. Gilbert frowned as he watched the Black Prophet limp past him. Lord Hanson. At this moment, Thales suddenly spoke from inside the hall. What about you? Have you eliminated your weaknesses? Morat was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the little boy on the other side of the hall. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion flow through the unreasonable Black Prophet. Of course. Under everyone's gaze, the Black Prophet, Morat Hanson said resolutely, completely. Leave no one alive. Then he left Mindy's hall. Only Yodel clenched his fists without anyone noticing. Madam Gines, Mr. Gilbert, I am fine. Smiling and shaking his head at the anxious Gines and Gilbert, Thales turned to Yodel and said seriously. Speaking of which, there is something I need to do first. Under Gilbert's furrowed brows and Gines' surprised gaze, the 7-year-old boy stretched out his right hand towards the masked protector, who had just returned from his departure. Yodel, I need your protector, Thales said firmly. Please escort me to Madame Serena Corleone's room. No heir? Coming from the mouth of you, who only has one daughter, this is rather appropriate. King Kessel placed his arms on the table and exhaled softly. I have traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, almost only a few minutes slower than the messenger raven. I did not come here to mock you, Kai, Val said in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness and rudeness unique to warriors. Even though I would love to see you roll down from that damned throne. Val spoke in an unfriendly tone, filled with the straightforwardness of a warrior. If the worst comes to the worst, how are your preparations in the north? Kessel did not care about Val's tone. He lowered his head and moved his fingers on the map of the Western Peninsula on the long table. Broken Dragon Fortress has entered a state of emergency. Duke Arun took off his chain armor and gloves and threw them on the table. But Sonia has repeatedly emphasized that the 300 regular soldiers of the royal family and the 500 militia recruited locally are not enough to handle the great dragon's rage. She needs reinforcements. How many? Based on the battle potential of the 3 archdukes in the south of Ekstet, she needs at least 8,000 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers to ensure that the fortress is not lost. If she also wants to ensure the safety of the road from the Northern Territory to the Central Territory, she needs 15,000 people. In addition, she needs 1,000 cavaliers who are skilled in galloping. Light cavaliers are fine, but heavy cavaliers would be the best, to ensure that they have the ability to adapt to changes outside the defense of the fortified city. Following Val's words, Kessel frowned. I know that she is asking for too much, but you have to admit that what she said makes sense. Broken Dragon Fortress has already been breached once, and Ekstet is better at fighting in winter than we are. Ekstet is better at fighting in winter than we are. The 3 archdukes bordering us have been recruiting soldiers for the past few years. The night before we set off, I have already gathered my vassals. Within 10 days, they will lead an endless stream of soldiers to reinforce the fortress. In addition to the army directly under my banner, there are at least 5,000 people, including 300 cavaliers. Of course, the quality cannot be guaranteed. Val took off his other glove and warmed his hands on the everlasting lamp. It's not just the three archdukes. Kessel stood up silently and walked to the window. Looking down from the towering Renaissance palace, he could see the lights of tens of thousands of houses in the capital city under the night sky. From the eternal oil in Northport to the crystal drop mines in the 3 counties of South Coast Hill. Ever since the Fortress Treaty was signed, they have been waiting for this day for too long. Moreover, it also involves the heir of the Cloud Dragon Spear. So this is already unavoidable, Kai. Send out your messenger, and sharpen your longsword at the same time. Val, the castellan of Cold Castle who looked more like a warrior than a noble, rubbed his frozen red hands and said through gritted teeth. So, that sentence was really left behind at the scene? Kessel V's gaze was profound. His sky-blue pupils reflected the night view of the capital city. As long as the stars exist, the Empire lives forever? Yes, it is that damned hot-blooded family motto of yours. Although I have blocked the news, you know what the secret room is capable of. I am guessing that once King Nuvan receives the news, at least on the surface, he will start mobilizing his vassals and army. Otherwise, he will not be able to appease his suzerains. Based on the war potential of Extet. Duke Val Arun snorted coldly and retracted his hands from the lamp. His expression was displeased. I still suggest that you first gather the direct vassals of Central Territory, then prepare to summon the suzerains. Even the Sukater family in the faraway South Sea Islands must be mobilized. Once war breaks out, from Sacred Tree Kingdom to Sarah Dukedom, Steel City and the Alliance of Freedom, even Main of Night in the Eastern Peninsula, mobilize all our allies. But things are far from the last step. Kessel looked at the night view of the capital city outside the window and gently clenched his fists. King Nuvan is also not a hot-headed teenager. Do you think there is still a chance for a peaceful settlement? You know, this is far from the problem of that sentence. The Duke of the Northern Territory was filled with anger. He slammed the table fiercely. There are people on both sides who want it to happen, so this damn thing happened. Both of them were silent for a while. Humph. Kessel snorted softly. He lowered his head and inhaled a breath of winter air. Say, if Midir was still here, what do you think he would do? Why can't I communicate with you? The rude Val stood up angrily. Or have you become stupid after sitting on that throne? Now is not the time to reminisce about your elder brother the Saint Kel. Our country, our land, our people are facing the threat of war. Why do you think I rushed back? You know how much I hate you. But when Constellation is in trouble, the entire Northern Territory will stand behind you because of the oath and honor. This time it is in front of you. Kessel stared at Val, the companion he grew up with. He did not move. I have already rushed back. I am right in front of you. I heard that Cullen's father, Sword, is also recuperating in Eternal Star City. The Covendier family's boy lives not far away. Nanchester's one-eyed dragon can rush here from Steep Forest City within a day. Only Fakenhaz and Tabark are quite a distance away from Blade City. They need to be summoned urgently. After dealing with the 6 of us, the 13 distinguished families will also rush here. Val glared angrily at the Supreme King. It is time, Kel. Issue the Constellation General Edict. 19 noble families will gather in the capital once again to fight for you. Fight for Constellation. There were also thank you for tickets and endless reviews urging for more updates. The readers' request for more updates was a sign of their love for the work and their recognition of the author. This made Swordless very happy. But Swordless scratched his head. He still felt that quality came first, and earning money came second. With Swordless' style of writing, he was not used to asking for too much. He was destined to be poor for the rest of his life. In fact, Swordless felt that the last few chapters were very lousy. He was a little annoyed with himself. He could only bear with the pain, and refuse the request for more updates. By _the_ way. Drooling, thank you to the Broken Cord and the Iris Pattern Glory for your tips. Please join the group when you are free. 397147168. Chapter 50. That night, the 4 city gates of Eternal Star City were not closed. Order from the king. Make way! Make way! A dozen knights held the 9-pointed star flag and the double-cross star flag at the same time, and ran out of the city gate with solemn expressions. Are these all the messengers? At the North City Gate, the captain of the city defense team watched the messengers leave with a solemn expression. Not just that. The city defense officer who rushed over shook his head. There are still 3 other city gates. The messengers held Renaissance Palace's order and rushed to where the important people were. The city defense officer who knew the inside story thought. That's not all. Most of the messengers were messenger crows, nobles who were sent further away by their factions. The city defense officer, who was nearing his 50s, patted the captain's shoulder and said softly, "Something big has happened. Hopefully, it won't be another bloody year." Thales, who firmly refused Gilbert and Gines' company. "I'm sorry, Sir Gilbert, Madam Gines, but this is an alliance between me and her. I must face it alone. I promised to tell you the content of your conversation." Thales, who shook his head firmly, silently walked beside Yodel. For the first few minutes, neither of them said anything. Only when they turned a corner and isolated the nearest guard behind the wall did Thales stand still and look at the masked protector. Yodel's footsteps stopped as well. "We have to talk in private." Thales exhaled deeply. Yodel walked in front of him and quietly squatted down. "As you wish," the masked secret protector said and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. In the next moment, they felt a strange ripple spread out. Everything around Thales and Yodel turned a strange white. It was as if they were in another world. "The realm of shadows," Yodel explained briefly. Thales nodded, but his expression was still solemn. He was not attracted by the strange pure white background in front of him. He had more important things to do. There was silence between them. "Yodel." Thales organized his words with difficulty and tried hard to speak. How much do you know about me and the Heir mystic?" As usual, Yodel said nothing. He only lowered his head slightly and looked at the black-haired, gray-eyed boy. "When Morat wanted to have a private conversation with me in the study, you deliberately stopped him." Thales closed his eyes gently and slowly sorted out the sequence of events from beginning to end. He then said gloomily, "You knew that the study room on the 3rd floor had a special soundproofing system that would block the Blood Clansman's hearing and voice transmissions. That was why you insisted that we stay on the 2nd floor to talk, so that we could seek Serena's help and convey an important reminder right under Morat's nose." Thales paused for a moment. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the purple mask. In the end, he said firmly, "To hide my true identity. Is that so?" Thales fixed his gaze on the secret protector of the royal family. The mask faced him motionlessly. After another period of indescribable silence, Yodel lowered his gaze slightly. His deep and hoarse voice came from behind the dark purple mask. "I am not like Gilbert. I'm not good with words." Under Thales' complicated gaze, the masked protector said solemnly, "After Red Street Market, I don't know what to say." Thales stared at him with a burning gaze. "But you knew from the beginning." "Yes. That night, I was there all along." Yodel's voice was heavy. "I heard what the mystics said. I have also noticed your abnormality. You acted strangely when you faced the mystic. The vase that cracked for no reason in the corridor, the explosion under Vine Manor. So I know you are." Thales took a deep breath. "Then my father. Only I, young sir, only I know." Yodel did not speak again. Thales stared blankly at this strange man who had always protected him, and always hid his face under a mysterious mask. "Yes, I've always known. But he kept my secret." "Why?" The prince heard his voice rise and fall slightly. It was filled with disbelief and surprise. "You know that I am those calamities. You know that those calamities are taboo existences. Why?" Yodel slowly grasped his shoulders and interrupted Thales' thoughts. "Child," he said hoarsely, "I have seen many things, more than you can imagine. From the day this country and your family were born, they were destined to be entangled with those calamities," he said softly. "That was the case 600 years ago. That was the case 12 years ago." Thales' heart trembled. 12 years ago. The Jade Star family that was entangled with the calamities? It is the same now. I have seen those calamities more than once. I have a feeling. What is truly terrifying and daunting is not those calamities. It is ourselves. It is us ordinary people, who will degenerate to what extent, how rotten we become, and what limits we will sacrifice for the existence of those so-called calamities. Yodel paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about his next words. I know that you might be a calamity. For the first time, the usually silent masked protector spoke so much in front of him. He said hesitantly, but I know that many people in this country have even become uglier and scarier than those calamities. They have brought about calamities, but they do not know it. Thales frowned unnaturally. Like Morat? He is just one of them. The Black Prophet is no longer a prophet, only darkness remains. Yodel raised his head. His dark lenses reflected the ghastly whiteness around him. Thales' image was isolated in it, looking thin and miserable. In comparison, Mr. Thales, I am more willing to believe in you. It seemed like Yodel had not spoken so much for a long time. But his clumsy manner of trying to find the right words and the honesty behind it made Thales feel complicated. At that moment, the prince did not know what kind of expression and mentality he should have when facing this secret protector. But why me? Thales took a deep breath for 3 seconds and spoke again. Just because I have the blood of Jadestar flowing in my veins. Yodel shook his head slowly. I am not Gilbert, and I do not believe in the so-called bloodline. What I believe is that the 7-year-old boy who protected his companions with all his might in a desperate situation is an existence different from those ugly people. I am also willing to believe that you, a Jadestar of humble birth, will become an extraordinary king in this rotten kingdom. An extraordinary king? Thales asked subconsciously. Just like Crown Prince Midir, my uncle? Yodel was silent for a few seconds. No, the masked protector said. His voice was low and sad. His hoarse voice was firm as he said, you will be better than him. I know that you have something in you that he does not. Thales shuddered slightly, and his breathing quickened. He stared at Yodel, whose expression he could not decipher, and could not speak for a long time. After a while, thank you. Thales, who had finally calmed down, could only say these 2 words. He was usually eloquent, but at that moment he really had nothing to say. The masked protector, who was kneeling on one knee, nodded solemnly and forcefully. Yodel spoke again in a hoarse voice. This time his words seemed even more sincere. Yodel Cato, at your service. Thales took a deep breath. He did not speak for a long time. There is one more thing. He heard himself ask with great difficulty. If you were there all along that night, when did you start being there? Yodel's hand sank slightly. Thales panted slightly and said slowly, you saw. Quiet in the abandoned house. You saw quiet in the abandoned house. Thales gritted his teeth and asked in a trembling voice, did you? The masked protector gently let go of his hand. He did not speak. He did not speak. At that moment, Thales only felt that Yodel's mask and the pair of lenses on it were very cold. His heart suddenly felt cold. You did not stop him. Even when he entered our house. You did not stop him. Thales asked in a trembling voice. Why? The prince could have been among those child beggars, right? And those children. Thales actually had a guess. But he was not sure. He had to ask. Yodel stood up slowly and cut him off. It's time to go. Yodel said faintly. They will be suspicious. At that moment, the masked protector was like an emotionless machine. It reminded Thales of Asda's smile. There was no warmth. Although Serena's room was not as far as Gines said it was 100 meters away, it was not as close as he imagined either. The Blood Clansman's guest room was set up in the wide storage cellar of Mindy's hall. It was far away from the sunlight, the crowd and Thales. Good evening, Mr. Thales. The pale-faced Blood Clansman, the old butler who had lived for an unknown number of years, Chris Corleone, bowed slightly at the door, and flashed a dead smile at Yodel. Welcome back, Mr. Mask. When you suddenly appeared just now, you gave us quite a fright. Yodel did not reply. Chris turned to Thales indifferently and nodded slightly. His Highness is waiting for your arrival. Thales, who was feeling perturbed and complicated, raised his head and looked at Yodel beside him. The latter's mask nodded in a barely noticeable manner. He walked to the other side of the door and stood at the door with Chris like two guards. The prince also nodded slightly. After taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and walked toward Serena Corleone, who had been waiting inside for a long time. His savior just now. She was also the next problem after Morat. Ah, the long-awaited ally of mine. The red-eyed loli had a profound expression. With her black dress as a foil, she lifted her dress and bowed to him. It seems that with my help, Serena, whose teeth were missing, emphasized the word help, and continued with an unsettling smile. Seems like with my help, you have gotten rid of your troubles. Then it is time to talk about our salary and the issue of the fat report. Whether you believe it or not, I really have 2 shifts today. By Swordless with a serious expression. Chapter 51. Serena had been waiting in her so-called room for a long time. Other than the 2 everlasting lamps, it was pitch black. Thales suspected that the 2 lamps were also lit for him. Rolana and Istrone were nowhere to be seen. Behind the crimson-eyed loli was still that ridiculously large black coffin. If he had not seen with his own eyes how the blood clansman fiddled with a mechanism, and then folded it back into the size of a normal coffin, Thales would have doubted whether the blood clansman had so-called magicians to move it. But at this moment, as he looked at the black coffin, Thales furrowed his brows. What's the end? Serena asked curiously. Nothing, Thales said flatly. His expression returned to normal, and he swallowed back the question. Why did you put a toilet bowl in the middle of the room? I came to thank my ally for her support, Serena. Can I call you that? Serena raised her eyebrows imperceptibly and pouted with her baby-fat face. Just support, just an ally's duty, and not help that I need you to repay me? What a cunning and wordy brat. Serena thought in dissatisfaction. I'm just conveying a few words that I don't understand. Let's just call me Madam Serena in English. I also got hold of some dirty little secrets in English. Serena tilted her head and flashed a cute lowly smile. In Maine Knox's words, why not? Right? Especially my dear ally who has an unclear relationship with the mystic? There was a moment of silence between the 2. As expected, the old witch won't let go of this opportunity, Thales thought. No, your help is very important to me. I am very grateful to you. Thales smiled bashfully. His gaze was sincere like a grateful little boy. Otherwise, in front of the Black Prophet, I might even confess to him about the internal strife of the Corleone clan, and the truth about all of you taking refuge in Constellation. That is the Black Prophet we are talking about. Who knows what kind of terrible things he will do after he obtains these secrets. I do not wish to see anything bad happen to my ally. I hope you feel the same way, Serena. Serena's gaze instantly turned cold. You're not willing to lose out at all, are you, my ally? She deliberately smiled and revealed her small fangs at the same time. Also, don't call me Serene. This won't scare me now. Thales watched in amusement as Serena, who looked like she was 5 or 6 years old, curled her lips in front of him. I thought allies should trust each other, not threaten each other back and forth. Thales' smile grew brighter. He took a step forward. Our interests are aligned, my dear Serene. Since our interests are aligned, please call me Madam Serena. Please show more sincerity. For example, my subordinates and I need more blood, fresh blood. Serena's red pupils were focused. She took a step forward and looked at Thales. Sure enough, a dog can't change its ways, cough cough. Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes, and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. He smiled and said, to bind our mutual interests even more tightly, Serene. Thales took a deep breath and took a step forward. He looked straight into the pair of red eyes, and tried his best to chase the image of the mummy out of his mind. Celine? Rude mortal. Serena thought in slight annoyance. When I take back the throne from that B*TCH. She looked at Thales' relaxed smile. So you're saying. Serena chuckled. Her small lips curled up slightly. You've finally made up your mind to propose to me? Thales felt his worldview shake. With an expression as if he had just eaten **T, he helplessly looked at the 400-year-old witch who was smiling smugly. You win. Thales sighed. Under Serena's sparkling gaze, he rolled up his left sleeve and extended his exposed wrist in front of the red-eyed lowly. My fresh blood. This is what we agreed on in the alliance, he said flatly. Serena's expression changed, but it immediately turned into a smile. I believe in your sincerity now, my dear ally. I thought he would keep going back on his word. The Archduchess closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The curve of her lips grew wider. This boy isn't that annoying after all. Remember 1/8 of a pint, Serene. Thales' gaze was solemn, and his breathing was rapid. Not more. But not less. Serena opened her eyes. Ignoring Thales' question about how he addressed her, she smiled strangely. I will control the amount of blood. The lowly's face was intoxicated and fanatical. At this moment, the anxious Thales felt that the person in front of him was an archduchess of the blood clan who was 400 to 500 years old. Blood? Can't you use another word? Thales looked at Serena, who had turned into a gourmet. He gulped with difficulty. The shadow of being a mummy lingered in his mind. Hey, can your gaze be gentler? I'm a little scared of your expression. It's giving me goosebumps. Give me a hint, sister. Don't bite me with such a big mouth. Ah. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Thales' panicked voice came from the room. Yodel's mask trembled. He was about to move when he was stopped by the old butler of the blood clan. This is the alliance between them, Chris said coldly. He stared at the masked protector in front of him without showing any weakness. In front of the blood clan's fangs, humans would always be the weaker party. Even if that cub was the heir to the second most powerful country in the Western Peninsula. But as the blood-sucking continued, it seems wrong? Thales' voice came from the black coffin again. Your mouth looks quite small. Why is it so powerful? Hey, don't be too intense at the beginning. There needs to be a transition. Ouch, my teeth. You're hurting me. Slow down, one bite at a time. Lighter. Yes, be gentle. Tongue. Don't use your tongue everywhere. I won't be able to take it. Chris' expression became more and more unpleasant. All right, maintain this pace. Take small bites. I know you can't control yourself, but you have to hold it in and stay rational. Serena, be good. For my health, don't be so fast. Chris' face turned from pale to livid. Damned mortal. Is that brat doing this on purpose? He looked at Yodel, who was opposite him, fiercely. Yodel's hand, which was raised in the air, paused for a moment. Chris' face twitched as he saw Yodel turn his hands outwards and make a gesture that indicated that he had no choice. Yes, the masked protector said hoarsely and helplessly. This is their alliance. Yodel stood at the door with ease and put his hands behind his back again. Before Chris flew into a rage and rushed into the room. Serena finally sucked enough blood. Satisfied, she let go of the nervous Thales and licked her bright red lips. Thank you for your hospitality. The red-eyed lowly said sweetly. You're welcome. Thales, whose face was ashen, sat on the floor with a displeased expression. He caressed the 2 small holes on his wrist and opened and closed his mouth. Donate a bag of blood and save a life. He felt that she had secretly sucked a lot of blood. Don't worry, that child is stronger than we thought. Gilbert walked down the hall on the first floor and looked at Gines, who was in a daze. At this moment, the sound of a horse galloping came from outside Mindy's hall. Gilbert's expression changed. It was a messenger on horseback. Looks like it will be an eventful night. Gines snapped out of her daze and looked at the messenger with a complicated gaze. She respectfully handed over a 9-pointed star seal's wax scroll. Gilbert broke the wax and opened the scroll. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Something big has happened. Gilbert put down the scroll and frowned deeply. His Majesty has urgently summoned us to the palace. Of course you are, after all, his most trusted attendant and former foreign affairs minister. Gines sighed and turned around nonchalantly to walk upstairs. As for me, forget it. I would rather stay here and look after that child. No. Gilbert turned to Gines. His expression was more solemn than ever. He faced Gines, lifted the top edge of the scroll, and shook it gently. Kessel Jadestar's signature and the 9-pointed star seal were revealed at the bottom of the paper. His Majesty has urgently summoned all of us to Renaissance Palace. Chapter 52. When Thales was asked out of Mindy's hall by Gilbert and Gines with serious expressions, he did not know what had happened. "What is it?" For the first time in over 20 days, Thales stepped out of the cedarwood door of Mindy's hall. He looked puzzled as he looked at the familiar dark-colored carriage. "Gilbert will explain it to you." Gines' serious look made him nervous. She swung the horsewhip in her hand and leaped onto the driver's seat lightly. She answered briefly, "All you need to do is to get on the carriage immediately." Thales turned his head in confusion. The middle-aged noble took out a boarding stool out of nowhere and placed it gently on the ground. "Please, young sir. Madame Gines does not like to sit in the carriage. I am sorry, but you will have to endure an old man like me sharing the carriage with you." Gilbert's attempt at humor completely failed. Even the two horses could sense that he was preoccupied and intentionally avoided him. What happened? With uneasiness and apprehension, Thales stepped on the boarding stool and the carriage pedal. He turned around to look at the guards of Mindy's hall, and saw that they had no intention of leaving with him. As if sensing Thales' gaze, the swordsmen, with Cora in the lead, bowed their heads to show respect. "They will not leave with us. One carriage, it will be more discreet," Gilbert said flatly. Thales looked at the extremely serious expressions on the two men's faces, and suppressed his desire to get to the bottom of the matter. He only asked, "After we leave this time, will we still return?" "It depends on His Majesty's will." Gilbert's tone was a little solemn. "Forgive me for being rude, but we must leave as soon as possible." "Things are actually so serious?" Thales did not say anything else, and simply sat in the carriage. Gilbert, who followed closely behind, gently closed the carriage door. Inside the dark carriage, there was still the same dark red sofa from 20 days ago. The glass adorned with crystal drops, the carriage decorated with the 9-pointed star emblem, and the slightly glowing paint. Gines' horsewhip was light and rhythmic, but the speed of the carriage was much faster than the last time Gilbert drove it. Of course, it was also much bumpier. As the carriage jolted up and down, Gilbert watched Mindy's hall gradually disappear outside the window under the moonlight. He looked at Thales solemnly. "Time is tight. I will only speak about the main points." Aside from the conversation in the secret chamber, Thales had never seen Gilbert so serious. This made him anxious. Ekstedt's diplomatic group is scheduled to visit Constellation around the new year. The middle-aged noble looked at Thales seriously. Thales narrowed his eyes and tried hard to recall the history of the continent over the past 20 days. Ekstedt, Rikaru Ekstedt, the human hero of the Battle of Eradication, established the country in Northland. The great dragon of the north, the hero's nation, the Western Peninsula's blade, Constellation's powerful northern neighbor. Gilbert continued solemnly. An urgent report came from the Northern Territory. 3 days ago, the Ekstedt diplomat group was on their way south to Central Territory. They were all robbed and killed. No one survived. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. The victims included 6 Ekstedtian nobles and Prince Maria Walton. Gilbert sighed. He is the king of Ekstedt and the Archduke of Dragoncloud City, the only son of Nuvan VII, the heir of the Walton family, and the next Archduke of Dragoncloud City. Thales sucked in a cold breath. He was the only son of the king of the strongest country in the Western continent, as well as the successor of his territory. Robbed and killed in Constellation realm? Including the Constellatiate nobles who accompanied them. There were no survivors at the scene. There were no clues at all. There was only a line of blood written on the ground using the blood of the victims. Gilbert stared straight into Thales' eyes and nodded slightly with a worried expression. As long as Constellation exists, the Empire will live forever. The family motto of the Jadestar royal family? Thales was stunned. This clumsy and childish method is obviously a way to frame and sow discord between the two countries. Thales carefully thought about the nature of this matter. But he suddenly realized something. He raised his head in disbelief and asked, "Is it really useful?" "Unfortunately, it is useful, and very bad." Gilbert said in a low voice. Very bad? Thales felt a chill in his heart. The carriage drove out of Twilight District, entered King Street, and headed towards the central region. King Street was one of the largest streets in Eternal Star City. The flow of people was second only to Star Plaza, which served as the transportation hub to the north of the central region, where merchants and shops from various countries gathered, as well as the Grand Bazaar to the side of the Western City Gate, where the lower-class citizens gathered. Unlike the roads in Twilight District and Western District, which were still illuminated by torches and animal oil lamps, King Street was lit with everlasting lamps that were second only to those in Eastern City District. Gradually, there were more pedestrians on the road. From minstrels who performed as performers, to merchants who called out softly, some shops that did business at night, such as clothing stores and watch shops, were still open, to noble servants who hurried about, and officials who came and went to socialize. There were even real nobles who passed by in carriages or on foot. Here, their carriages were inconspicuous. King Street was located at the junction between Twilight District and the Central Region. The proportion of people who were either rich or noble was extremely high. Compared to Star Plaza and the Grand Bazaar that Thales had seen before, this place appeared more conservative and quiet. It lacked the hustle and bustle of the former, and the vulgarity of the latter. However, even here, beggars and tramps dressed in rags could be seen on both sides of the road from time to time, moaning and reaching out to passers-by. Fortunately, the carriage was installed with one-way glass, so there was no need to worry about the people outside discovering the movements in the carriage. However, Thales' mind was currently focused on Gilbert's words, and he only glanced at the scenery on the street. The former Foreign Affairs Minister's words continued to ring in his ears. The key lies in the Fortress Treaty. At the end of the Bloody Year, Extet invaded, and Broken Dragon Fortress fell. From the Northern Territory, the land of cliffs, Western Desert to the Eastern Sea, most of Constellation was engulfed in the flames of war. The army was weak, and the kingdom was almost in a hopeless situation. His Majesty, who had just inherited the throne, even considered conscripting children below the age of 14 into the army. Gilbert let out a long sigh. His gaze was absent-minded, as though he was recalling the years of war. Due to the fear of the Great Dragon in the north by the various countries in the Western Peninsula, as well as the concern of Main of Night and Hanbol in the Eastern Peninsula, we tried our best to mediate in foreign affairs and asked for other countries' interference. In the end, we forced Extet's vanguard to retreat and sign the treaty. Extet was even forced to give up a piece of barren land that they occupied in Constellation before the Bloody Year. I was one of the signatories of the Fortress Treaty back then. I am very clear about this. Thales' eyes brightened. We lost the war, but won the negotiation. Gilbert nodded, but his expression did not relax. This is bad. Rather than saying that this is a treaty, it would be more accurate to say that it is a record of humiliation. The carriage continued to move forward, and there were many beggars on the road. Some of them even extended their hands to Gines, who was the coachman. However, the cold-faced female official ignored all of them. She whipped the horse even more briskly. At the moment when we were winning, and our land and wealth were within our reach, we were forced by other countries to stop fighting and even cede our land. This kind of failure was more shameful than losing the war. Many of Extet's suzerains, especially the archdukes in the south who were bordering Constellation, were extremely angry, so much so that the Fortress Treaty even shook King Nuvan's rule. Over the past 10 years, the relationship between the Great Dragon and Constellation has always been below freezing point. In addition, a large number of crystal drop mineral deposits have been discovered in the Northern Territory, and the Eastern Sea has a deep-sea whale pod that is rich in oil. Gilbert sighed. Extet, a country and a nation that is still forming, Thales said in his heart. We need war to grind out the unity of the entire country. Extet's suzerains, or at least the 3 archdukes who are bordering us, are all eagerly anticipating the war. They long for the large amount of land, resources, and wealth that they could have easily obtained 12 years ago. But in the end they missed it. Gilbert shook his head and looked outside the window. There was sadness in his eyes. That is why the Extet diplomat group came to visit. They are determined to get their hands on the fortress treaty, and even more so, they want to redraw the borders between the two countries. And now, before the diplomat group could reach Eternal Star City, they were robbed and killed on the way. Can you imagine the scene when the news reaches Extet? The carriage bumped over an uneven surface of the road, and the entire carriage trembled. Thales furrowed his brows. You think that the suzerains of Extet planned this robbery and murder? Just to start a war and fight for territory and resources? Gilbert raised his head. At that moment, his gaze was very frightening. It is worse than that. The former Foreign Affairs Minister said coldly, Extet adopts a king selection system. The suzerains vote and elect a king by consensus. In recent decades, the Walton family has sat on the throne for 2 whole generations. And Nuvan VII is definitely not a beauty who is loved by everyone. Thales came to a sudden realization and said, so this is the common demand of some of the suzerains of Extet to demand resources from the outside, and to fight for a change of king? It is close, young sir. Just one more step forward, one more step forward. Gilbert carefully guided the kingdom's only Jade Star bloodline. He said calmly, during the period of time from the assassination of the diplomat group to the aftermath, the pressure of this matter will be entirely on King Kessel's shoulders. How to decide, how to respond, whether to fight or to make peace, how to use the method, whether to be tough or soft, whether to be honorable or humiliated. All the responsibilities will be borne by His Majesty. From now on, all the nobles of Constellation will have their eyes firmly fixed on Renaissance Palace. What do you mean? Thales asked, puzzled. No matter how much of a genius he was not in the context of the rules of the nobles. He could not understand the meaning of this matter. At that moment, Gilbert's gaze suddenly became complicated and profound. Thales could not understand it. First of all, although the handling of this matter is complicated, regardless of whether to fight or make peace, His Majesty will not be able to escape the accusations of being cold-blooded, heartless, inconsiderate to the people, weak and easily bullied, and a disgrace to Constellation. This will greatly affect His Majesty and the Jade Star royal family's reputation and authority in the kingdom. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. He began to understand what worse than this meant. Secondly, to handle this matter, regardless of whether it is military mobilization or national decision-making, it requires power that far exceeds that of the territories directly under the royal family. It requires the cooperation of all of Constellation and the suzerains. This means that His Majesty must obtain the full support of the suzerains, especially the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. This is definitely not without a price. Thales' heart trembled. For example, the next candidate for the Supreme King of Constellation? Thirdly, there are pros and cons to war. Not only does it bring about a crisis, it also brings about a reshuffling of power in Constellation. After the baptism of war, the weak will be eliminated, the old will lose their positions, the strong will be reborn, and the living will become stronger. Some of the suzerains will face their doom, while the others will be reborn. Under Gilbert's burning gaze, Thales sat in the carriage in a daze, feeling the bumps and tremors. Lastly, the royal family has no heirs. Constellation has not had an heir for 12 years. Gilbert's voice suddenly rose. What else could force His Majesty to choose an heir earlier than the imminent crisis of the kingdom, and leave a way out for a possible war? In fact, if a noble family makes a move to submit to the people's wishes during this crisis, and gather the support of the middle and small nobles, who knows whether they will become the next Jade Star royal family? Silence. Thales stared outside the window with a blank gaze. He understood what Gilbert meant. However, he was shocked by the fact that his brain was burning and he was thinking about it in detail. He could not get over it even after a long time. Gilbert looked at his expression and shook his head slightly. Hopefully this cruel and bloody game, which has been going on for thousands of years, will not scare this smart and talented young man away. After a long while, Thales spoke in a dumbfounded manner. So this is not just the will of Extet, war and a change of king. This is also the wish of many people in Constellation, to fight for the throne of the royal family. Thales added his final conclusion with great difficulty. Thales added the final conclusion with great difficulty. The assassination of the diplomat group is the result of many political factors working together. It is something that will inevitably happen under the tacit agreement of the ambitious people from both countries. I guess so. Thales uttered the last two words, and it was an affirmative sentence. Gilbert looked at Thales' condition worriedly. He blinked hesitantly, but in the end he still opened his mouth and said, "In view of the current situation of the royal family, your existence and appearance will make you the target of all the suzerains in the country and extant internationally. For the sake of your safety, I will suggest to His Majesty to postpone the recognition of you." Thales did not mind Gilbert's words. He spoke softly and interrupted the middle-aged noble. "Is it worth it?" Gilbert raised his eyebrows. Thales asked weakly, "Just what kind of person would look forward to the arrival of war?" Thales slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "This is not a game of counting chess pieces on a chessboard." Thales slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "This is war. It is two groups of living people standing face to face, taking each other's lives in a reasonable and lawful manner, until one side is completely taken away. War. They have experienced the disaster of the bloody year. Why are there still people who look forward to war? Just for the sake of a crown? To enjoy authority and power in a broken and decaying kingdom, on a barren and hungry land, and among the numb people? Then they will rule for more than 20 years in a difficult, miserable, fearful, and paranoid manner, and then impose the same misfortune on their descendants? Is it worth it? Gilbert wanted to answer, but he was momentarily speechless. Thales, who did not have an answer, shook his head with a dejected expression. However, this was probably history. The history of human behavior. There was another period of silence in the carriage. The carriage drove away from the bustling King Street. The number of beggars outside the carriage increased, and Gines had to use her horsewhip to scare them away. This is not just war. Gilbert looked at his student with a worried expression and said softly, "This is politics. We are all gamblers whose goal is power. Land and people are just bargaining chips that can be used to exchange. Victory and defeat are just a matter of shifting the bargaining chips. This is the game between the nobles and the country." Thales raised his gaze and chuckled softly in resignation. "Yes, war is the continuation of politics, a game of power, a feast for crows. But I don't like this." A voice in his heart whispered softly. The prince shifted his gaze outside the carriage window. There, a beggar with a distressed expression extended his hand to touch the carriage axle. Looking at the beggars in the capital, Thales thought gloomily, "This is already a broken kingdom. Wait!" The carriage passed by a bright everlasting lamp. Thales focused his gaze and instantly saw the beggar's hand clearly. It was a pair of rough and calloused hands. However, the calluses were not evenly distributed on the areas he usually saw. Instead, they were concentrated on the thumb, index finger, and the area between the thumb and index finger. His brain immediately began to work. He had seen such a unique callus on another person's hand before. Jayla Charlton. Thales was shocked. He turned to another beggar, then the third, the fourth. Gilbert. The middle-aged noble looked at him in puzzlement. Thales said without batting an eyelid, "Something is not right. These people are not beggars." The prince sucked in a deep breath. They are." Yodel's hoarse voice traveled faintly from the air and finished his sentence. "Assassins." Chapter 53. The White Eagle family reacted faster than we expected. The Iron Eagles arrived in Eternal Star 2 hours ago. This will give His Majesty a lot of time to prepare before the news spreads. Zayn sat elegantly on a carriage without a coat of arms driven by the Knight Seychelles. He said those words with a cold expression and looked out of the carriage window. Another carriage with an equally mysterious identity was parked beside them. The windows of both carriages were open so that the owners of the two carriages could converse. But so what? No matter how fast a fish swims, it cannot avoid the current. This is the current that His Majesty is destined to face. A sharp voice came from the other carriage. "But there's a problem with our intelligence," Zayn said coldly. There's an unexpected big shot in the diplomat group. The consequences are more serious than we thought. You want to give up? Zayn paused for a moment and took a deep breath. No, not at all. The plan remains the same. There's no turning back now, is there? That's good. The sharp voice said nonchalantly. The general edict has been issued. The nobles will come one after another in a short period of time. By then, Extet's official response should have arrived. Mobilizing troops, demanding territory, threatening war. Guess how His Majesty will respond? Endure humiliation for the greater good? Or send our country to hell at all costs? And for you to do such a big thing, you're really willing to be ruthless. Zayn sighed softly and shook his head gently. Just as your race says, power from violence. This is a necessary step. I need to determine your attitude and stance. Your refusal to join New Star has troubled us greatly. Another voice laughed loudly. Looks like you're very confident in yourself. It's no wonder. Think about it. The young, elegant, and outstanding master of Jade City, Guardian Duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier, was made heir by His Majesty. What a beautiful scene. We are willing to promise on the honor of our family that your rule in Western Desert will not be shaken, and that you can even benefit from the decline of the Northern Territory. Zayn said seriously and sincerely. And it doesn't have to be me. Constellation can also become a king selection system, right? He leaned forward slightly and said slowly and softly. And as one of the 6, you're destined to be the king selection. The carriage was silent for more than 10 seconds. All right, from now on you have my guarantee, the shrill voice said slyly. If Constellation reaches that stage, the Fakenhas family will follow the trend. Zayn clenched his fists slightly. He suppressed the impatience in his heart. This fellow. He still wasn't willing to bet easily. Did he think that Fakenhas had a chance as well? Or did he simply lean towards the other families? Cullen? Nanchester? Or the most unlikely Tabark? I will remember Fakenhas' attitude, the master of tricolor iris flower said faintly. Although Zayn kept a straight face, he was very wary of the person in the other carriage. This fellow's threat level on his list was second only to the fat Guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea, and even higher than the one-eyed dragon of Nanchester. The shrill voice laughed again and continued. It's an honor. The future King Zayn. I heard that you have been disgraced by the Blood Bottle Gang's matter? Aren't you working together to control the gang? Is that old man Cullen just going to stand by and do nothing? When Zayn heard the word His Majesty, he frowned and curled his lips without anyone noticing. Thank you for your concern. Everything is under control. Let's call it a day. I still have to rush to Renaissance Palace, and you should be in the ruins right now to personally receive His Majesty's edict. Don't worry. The shrill voice suddenly turned cold. Fakenhas is never absent. Very well, Sir Fakenhas. I look forward to seeing you again. Zayn said his last words. Yes. The shrill voice laughed and said. I also look forward to the reunion of the 19 noble families in the capital 12 years later. Huh. The 2 carriages started their respective carriages, crossed each other, and drove further and further away. Zayn lowered his head and closed his eyes, gently rubbing the bridge of his nose. Sir, Seychelles' voice came through the front window. Something's wrong up ahead. Zayn opened his eyes slightly. In the distance outside the carriage, a rapid and strange sharp sound came. Seychelles let go of the horsewhip with one hand and gripped the sword at his waist. He said coldly, It seems that a carriage has been attacked by assassins. Looking at the beggars who were either lying or standing on both sides of the street, Gilbert calmly leaned forward and pulled open a small window at the front of the carriage. He hesitated for a moment, but still calmly and quietly said, Madam Gines, there's something strange around us. Through the small window, Thales clearly saw Gines' back tremble slightly. Assassins? She said slowly. Are they here for that child? For some reason, Thales heard some unstable emotions in Gines' words. He also noticed that Gilbert was looking at Gines' back worriedly. Not necessarily, the middle-aged noble said softly. Not necessarily? Thales checked the JC dagger at his waist. When he heard this, he could not help but be stunned. But even Yodel is certain that it's an assassin. Why did Gilbert tell Gines that it's not necessarily? Be ready to speed up and escape at any time. But before they really make their move, Gines, you must be steady. Never. Remember, they are not necessarily assassins. The middle-aged noble was extremely solemn. He seemed to feel that what he said to Gines was a little inappropriate, so he immediately added, Yodel, you too. Are they here for me? Thales asked with a serious expression. The situation is unclear for now. Gilbert returned to his seat and stared at the surroundings of the carriage with a sharp gaze. He said quietly, theoretically, it is impossible for your existence and whereabouts to be leaked, but please be prepared for the worst. At least 7. Even though they were invisible, Yodel's hoarse voice strangely rang beside Thales' ears. They are skilled in hiding, well-trained, and arranged on the road to Renaissance Palace. I am ready. I can accelerate at any time. Sit tight. Gines' voice traveled into Thales' ears, adding a chill to it. Gines, calm down. Gilbert seemed to be a little abnormal as he said this to Gines sternly. Even Thales, who was the most inexperienced among them, could sense that something was wrong with Gines at that moment. The carriage went around a corner and drove from the muddy ground to the brick ground. There were still 2 more streets before they reached the central district. At that moment, the expression of an old beggar who was moaning on the ground to their left suddenly changed. Using his hands and feet, he chased after one of the horses and extended his hand towards Gines, asking for money as an alms. Crack. The horsewhip cracked, and the entire carriage began to shake violently. Without any warning, the carriage began to accelerate. Gilbert's expression changed drastically. He pounced to the front of the carriage and shouted loudly without caring about Thales' reaction. Gines, no. Wait. But it was too late. Gines, who was in the driver's seat, let out a furious shout. Come on. Shameless bastard. The horsewhip cracked angrily. As Gines' wrist turned rapidly, it lashed fiercely on the old beggar's body. Crack. A huge force surged, and a line of blood spurted out from the beggar's body. The old beggar flew 5 meters away with blood dripping down his body. A short machete fell from his sleeves. While the shocked Thales was still trying to understand what had happened, he saw a beggar at the back of the carriage leap up abruptly. He held a dagger with both hands and roared furiously. It's happened. Attack. More than 10 figures pounced towards the carriage from among the beggars and tramps. Thales' expression changed drastically. There were more than 7 assassins. Unfortunately, when he counted the number of assassins, the enemies had already launched their attack. The 2 horses were the first to suffer. 2 assassins were seen rolling past the horses' abdomens. As the black horses neighed sorrowfully, blood spurted out. Under Gines' angry rebukes and the whipping, the carriage continued to move forward according to its inertia. However, the carriage immediately crashed into the fallen horses, and the entire carriage flipped to the side abruptly. Gines leaped up with force and whipped an assassin at the side, causing him to fall to the ground. She had a crazed expression as she gritted her teeth and drew out the longsword at her waist. She turned around and stabbed the assassin behind her in the left chest. Bang. The carriage finally fell to the side on the road. The moment the carriage flipped, Thales was hugged tightly by Gilbert. As the carriage flipped, they fell to the side near the window. 3 assassins leaped onto the flipped carriage. When Thales climbed up in a daze, he felt Gilbert pressing him to the side. Crack. The one who attacked was not the assassins but Gilbert. With a calm expression, he drew out his staff and swung his arm, completely shattering the window glass above his head. The glass shards flew into the sky. The 3 assassins instinctively raised their arms to protect their eyes. Gilbert's staff was like a venomous snake. A sharp blade popped out from the tip of the staff. With a precise thrust, an assassin fell while holding his neck. Thales hugged his head tightly as he felt the small glass shards fall around the carriage. 2 long swords were passed into the carriage and thrust towards Thales. However, they were deflected by the noble's rapier in Gilbert's left hand. With an ingenious move and strength, the 2 swords were deflected. Rip. One of the 2 blades stabbed into the sofa in Thales' left hand. while the other swept past his right arm and pierced through the air. Thales gritted his teeth as he felt a cold sensation coming from his right arm. One of the assassins saw the scene in the carriage. He immediately said in surprise, "No." However, before the assassin could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Yodel appeared behind the two assassins like a ghost. His gray short sword slashed horizontally across the back of their necks. The two assassins, who were dressed in rags, immediately fell limp. "Send him away!" Gilbert roared furiously. He blocked the glass shards that filled the sky, pressed on the carriage, and flipped out of the carriage. Yodel grabbed Thales' belt and fished him out of the carriage. As Gines roared furiously, Thales saw the situation around him clearly. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, 7 or 8 assassins dressed as beggars charged towards the overturned carriage with long shadows behind them. The unrelated passers-by ran and fled amidst screams and cries for help. The street was instantly in chaos. Gilbert kicked a broken piece of the carriage towards the assassin closest to him. He then thrust his swords forward and forced the assassin on the left to retreat. Yodel's figure flashed, and he slit the throat of an assassin who was charging towards him. He then carried Thales in his arms. Just as he was about to enter the realm of shadows, a sudden change occurred. Screech. An ear-piercing sound suddenly exploded in the air. Yodel suddenly let go of Thales. Screech. It was a sharp sound of extremely high decibels. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth in pain. He felt as if his head was about to explode from this sound. Damn it! What is this sound? He subconsciously covered his ears. However, that urgent sound was like a demonic sound. It drilled into his brain without any obstruction. Screech. The sound continued. Gines and Gilbert seemed to be greatly affected. Their expressions were distorted and their movements changed. Gines' left arm was even cut by a knife while she was swaying. Hiss. The demonic sound became more and more urgent. Yodel trembled as he resisted the invasion of the demonic sound. He lowered his head. Thales knew that he was speaking, but his mind was filled with the piercing sound. He could not hear it at all. Thales narrowed his eyes and endured the pain in his eardrums. He used all his strength to cover his ears. He raised his head and was shocked to see that 5 of the assassins, who had pained expressions but could move freely, had reached behind their backs and pulled out a weapon. They aimed it at him and the masked protector. Crossbows. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He no longer doubted that this was a meticulously planned assassination. The crossbow mechanisms trembled simultaneously. The sound of the mechanisms could not be heard in the demonic sound, but 5 long black shadows appeared in Thales' vision. In the next moment, Thales was thrown a few meters away by Yodel. Hiss. Amid the tormenting demonic sound and the strong wind in the air, Thales watched in despair as the black shadows shot towards the masked protector. Yodel's figure trembled violently as he spun rapidly. "No, Yodel Kato," he thought in fear. Thales fell to the ground and rolled a couple of times. Hiss. The demonic sound was getting closer. He covered his ears and struggled to get up while trembling in pain. But he ran into a ragged figure. It was a sloppy young beggar. His face was delicate and young, and he was not much older than Thales. His lips were open and trembling at a high frequency. As he got closer, the tormenting demonic sound was getting closer as well. The beggar's gaze was cold as he pulled out a dagger from his waist. Thales, who was gritting his teeth and enduring the demonic sound, understood something. Following the instincts he had developed over the past month, he subconsciously pulled his right foot back, raised his left arm, shifted his center of gravity, and posed in a standard Northland military sword style. One of the 3 defensive styles, iron body style. Amidst the demonic sound, the dagger pierced his left arm at high speed. Pain assaulted him, but Thales gritted his teeth and knew that he had made the right choice. The young beggar was a little surprised, but he immediately opened his mouth wide at Thales. As his mouth and tongue trembled, the demonic sound became even louder. Hiss. At that moment, the feeling made Thales close his eyes. He screamed in a frenzy and futile manner, almost wanting to dig his eardrums out from his ears. In the violently vibrating air, every cell in Thale's body seemed to start trembling. He felt himself starting to heat up, just like food being irradiated by a microwave. Stop. He jerked his arms and instinctively covered his ears. Stop. The dagger was pulled out of his left arm, and a trail of blood gushed out. Stop. Thale's face was drawn in pain, and he fell to his knees in the terrifying demonic sound. Stop. The dagger stabbed at his throat again. Stop. At the last moment, Thales opened his eyes in despair. He saw the young assassin's cold-blooded face gradually distort into another blurry face. It was a girl with long eyelashes. Her bright eyes were staring at him curiously. Your name is Wu Qiren? What a strange name. My name? Take a guess. The boy trembled and reached out to the blurry face. Excitement and boiling heat assaulted his heart at the same time. He felt pain in his left shoulder, and the demonic sound by his ears suddenly rose, covering the girl's next words. He only saw her blurry lips open and close. Stop. He mumbled subconsciously. Stop. I can't hear her. Stop. He reached out and grabbed something, as if he had grabbed something out of thin air. Stop. He mumbled. Then, the demonic sound really stopped. His mind was no longer in a mess. His eardrums no longer hurt. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Thales trembled and opened his eyes. The dagger that was aimed at his throat was now stuck in his left shoulder. The owner of the dagger, the young assassin, grabbed the hilt of the dagger and knelt down weakly. The young assassin fell into Thales' arms face to face. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his body trembled. Thales looked at him in confusion. The young assassin's face gradually turned pale. He looked into Thales' eyes, and his gaze was also filled with confusion and puzzlement. Why? Thales could read this message from his gaze. Thales panted heavily, endured the pain in his shoulder, and looked at him in shock and bewilderment. The boy also wanted to know why there was a murderous psionic assassin just a moment ago. Wait. This is? Thales supported the young man, panted, and lowered his head. In the space created by their bodies and arms, the boy raised his warm right hand. He trembled and looked at the warm and moist thing in his hand. It was an irregular red sphere. There were many tubes in it. It seemed to be vibrating. Thales focused his gaze. He saw it clearly. His gray pupils shrank abruptly. In Thales' previous life, he did not do well in his high school biology class. When he went to university and became a postgraduate, his biochemical knowledge improved by leaps and bounds. But this did not stop him from recognizing what the thing in his hand was. It was a blazing heart that was still pulsating unceasingly. It was bright red and had a hint of liquid in it. Heart. The blood vessels between its two chambers could not absorb blood, and they twitched forcefully. Thales subconsciously looked at his chest, and then at the young assassin's chest. But their chests were intact, without a single drop of blood. Asterisk thump. 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 Asterisk the beating of the heart became slower and slower. It became slower and slower. Thales was stunned for a few seconds before he trembled violently. The fresh, bloody heart slid from his hand to the young assassin's knees. The young assassin's breathing became weaker and weaker. With a pale face, he seemed to realize his fate. Lucy. He moaned beside Thales' ear, listless and powerless. These were his last words, until he stopped moving. The sounds of fighting finally returned to Thales' ears. The trembling prince extended his right hand, which was covered in warm blood, and pulled out the dagger from his left shoulder while enduring the pain. He threw it away without looking and scrambled away from the young assassin. The young assassin's corpse fell face down powerlessly, pressing down on that heart. His own heart. What is this? Did I lose control again? Thales shuddered and thought of Yodel, who was surrounded and killed by arrows. He subconsciously turned his head, but there was nothing beside the carriage other than the assassin's corpse. Thales' ear, which was still in pain, moved. Another assassin landed beside him. The moment the demonic sound disappeared, the assassins noticed the abnormality in this corner. With Gilbert and Gines holding them back, they finally managed to free up some manpower, and quickly came to help. The assassin who came to help looked at the young man lying on the ground in shock, then at Thales. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand and a hidden blade appeared under his wrist. Thales extended his hand towards JC, thinking about the possibilities of defense and escape. Or, he glanced at the young assassin's corpse. With that power, at this moment, Thales' entire body erupted with intense pain from inside out. Irk. Thales clenched his teeth and suddenly fell limp. It was as if someone was tearing his soul apart. No. But the assassin did not care about his movements. He only coldly thrust his hidden blade at him. But at this moment, Thales did not even care about the danger to his life. He had never experienced such pain. It was as if every single molecule in his body was roaring in protest. Thales finally could not stand the torturous pain anymore. He screamed and twitched as he watched the enemy's hidden blade attack him. Is this the end? It hurts. It hurts. That power is indeed not without a price. However, *rip. Just as the assassin was about to succeed, a tall and slender figure appeared behind him. Before the assassin could turn around, a long sword came from the back of his head and pierced through it. Thales, who fell limply on the ground, raised his head as he breathed his last. A well-dressed and elegant young nobleman with a round face walked out from behind the assassin. The young nobleman frowned and wiped the liquid on his sword on the latter's clothes. The pain receded like the tide. Feeling the pain in his body temporarily subside, Thales struggled to take a breath like a drowning man. He looked at the nobleman's shoulder, and his gaze immediately trembled. There was a complicated coat of arms embroidered there. Thales recognized this coat of arms. Red, blue, green, 3 petals. A tricolored iris flower. In the distance, the fanatical Seychelles knight waved his saber and stood beside Gilbert, who was lying limply on the ground. He beheaded an assassin. Come behind me, child, Zayn Covendier, the master of Jade City, guardian Duke of South Coast, said indifferently and elegantly. Eternal Star City does not welcome murder. Chapter 54. The extreme pain from the inside out had already disappeared from Thales' body. Thales covered the wounds on his left arm and shoulder, and panted laboriously as he looked at the young noble in front of him. Thank you. In the distance, Lord Seychelles' sword suddenly flashed and neatly disposed of the last assassin. Near the overturned carriage, Gines shrugged off Seychelles' supporting hand and walked coldly towards the assassin who was still alive on the ground. Under the knight's frown, she exerted great force and stabbed her sword between the assassin's eyes. The unrelated passers-by had already fled. Thales did not find the masked protector's figure amidst the chaos and corpses on the street. He could only hope that he survived the magic sounds and arrows. After all, Yodel was a supreme class elite. Gilbert, who was lying on the ground, looked anxiously in Thales' direction. But from the moment he saw the iris flower emblem, Thales knew that his top priority was to deal with the young noble in front of him, who had saved his life, and his knight follower, who was obviously not a simple character, who was at ease among the assassins. Iris emblem. Gilbert had not had the time to teach Thales the art of heraldry, but this did not stop him from understanding the meaning of the emblem. When he was captured by the Blood Clansmen, the fluttering flag on Vine Manor told the prince that the family represented by the flower probably had a limited liking for the Jade Star royal family. Those people. Thales' face was filled with fear. Like a standard 7-year-old child who was still in a state of shock after encountering a crisis, he said timidly, "Those people suddenly pounced on us. This child can travel with the king's lover, his closest attendant, and the former foreign affairs minister." Zayn thought to himself. He was even assassinated on the way to the central district. Who is he? Could it be an accident that affects the plan? Child, do not be afraid, everything is fine now. The young, round-faced noble smiled and sheathed his sword. He looked at the 7-year-old boy and said elegantly, "Assassins are creatures that live in the dark. Once they leave the dark, they are no threat and useless. I am Zayn Covendier. As one of the millions of nobles in the kingdom, as long as I am present, I will not let them harm you." "So child, who are you?" Zayn asked politely and raised his eyebrows. "I am." Thales took a deep breath under his trembling exterior and thought about the current situation. "I have yet to make my official debut and have yet to be acknowledged as a Jade Star, but I will definitely be a thorn in the side of the nobles who have the potential to be crowned." Before reaching the palace, he could not reveal his identity. Thales looked at Gilbert. Gilbert saw Zayn, who had even dropped his top hat. The former Foreign Affairs Minister was covered in wounds and swaying, but he still managed to support himself with the help of his cane as he limped over from afar. "He's still a distance away. He can't help me explain," Thales thought quietly. And in front of them, he looked at Zayn, who was waiting for his answer with hesitation in his eyes. Looking at the silent Thales, Zayn's suspicions grew. The young duke swept his gaze and saw Gilbert in the distance. Was he hesitating? Or was there really something fishy about his identity, and he was waiting for Casso to come and help him out? "Are you waiting for Count Casso?" Zayn smiled. To be personally escorted by the most outstanding diplomat in the history of the kingdom. "It seems like you have quite a story behind you, child." Sensing Zayn's suspicions, the prince knew that he could no longer bluff his way through. Otherwise, even if Gilbert helped him conceal his identity, the nobles with the iris emblem would not easily believe him. I am Thales." Thales searched for the identity in his memories and combined it with his current situation. With the fear unique to a 7-year-old child, he slowly said, "They all say that I am Lord Mon's illegitimate son." "Mon?" Zayn raised his eyebrows. "The hero of the kingdom in the Desert War. Lord Sauron Mon, who died at the Western Front Line a year ago? The illegitimate son of the Stormer Mon? Haven't Mon's territory and manor been taken back?" He frowned slightly. Thales' palms slowly sweated. Gilbert only told him the basic situation of Mon Manor, and did not tell him what kind of person Lord Mon was. "I don't know. They didn't tell me much about Father." Thales lowered his head and said dejectedly. Gilbert finally arrived in front of the two of them. The former Foreign Affairs Minister's face was filled with surprise and worry. He trembled as he bowed to Zayn. "Thank you for your generous help. I did not expect to see you here, Duke Covendier." Zayn quickly stepped forward and supported Gilbert, who was covered in wounds and on the verge of collapse. This time, his gaze was especially serious. "Count Casso, I would rather meet you on another occasion and talk over a cup of wine," he said sincerely, "than lend a hand in a despicable assassination." Count Gilbert Casso. Zayn silently recalled this person's identity. The cunning fox of Constellation. This was how the various countries led by Exdet addressed Count Casso after the Fortress Treaty. At that time he was still Viscount Casso, who had just inherited his father's title. It was enough to prove this person's wisdom and means. 12 years ago, it was he who acted as Constellation's negotiator and maneuvered through the various countries' negotiation tables. He almost single-handedly defeated the great dragon of the North's ambition to invade the South. He was also the first noble in Constellation's history to be promoted from a viscount to a count just based on his diplomatic achievements. When the news of the victory in the negotiations spread, almost all of Constellation was celebrating wildly, celebrating the final end of the bloody year. If it was not for political reasons, he, who was highly sought after in the political arena back then, would almost certainly be the next Prime Minister of King Kessel. How would it be Cullen's turn? He is a rare talent in Constellation. If there comes a day when Zayn thought to himself, he will be a powerful helper. He immediately put on a stern and serious expression. I will instruct the police station that no matter the reason for this despicable assassination, it cannot be forgiven. The mastermind must pay the price. Just like him, Gilbert was also speculating about this young duke in front of him. He was one of the 6 great clans, the Covendier family, who had just been promoted for 2 years. 2 years ago, when the old duke passed away in that regrettable family tragedy, everyone thought that the declining Covendier family and the wealthy South Coast Hill would be torn apart in the endless civil strife. Even His Majesty had written an edict and reached an agreement with the other clans to intervene in the family's internal strife in order to reap benefits. That was until this young duke, who was rumored to be at odds with his family, returned from his travels in the distant eastern continent across the sea. Facing pressure from his three powerful cousins, Zayn reunited tricolor iris flowers and South Coast under the surprised gazes of all the nobles, becoming one of the noblest and wealthiest families in Constellation. Sir Covendier, Gilbert chose his words carefully. I will remember your righteous deeds, but before that, I must. At this moment, Thales suddenly spoke up and interrupted their respective thoughts. Sir Casso. In their eyes, the 7-year-old Thales lowered his head dejectedly and said reluctantly, I do not want to inherit Mon Manor anymore. The exhausted Gilbert's gaze shifted. Thales, he is reminding me, he thought to himself. I am just an illegitimate child who has not even seen my father's face a few times. I do not have any rights to begin with, and Thales raised his head while trembling, his eyes filled with tears of fear. I do not want to experience what happened just now again. I just want to be that Thales without a surname again. Child, I understand your feelings. Being caught in the whirlpool of inheritance is never a pleasant memory. Thank you very much, Your Grace. But, Gilbert sighed. With Zayn's support, his eyes lit up. But this is His Majesty's order. We have to rush to Renaissance Palace immediately, Your Grace. Gines bandaged her wounds and walked forward with a hostile expression, interrupting their conversation. She did not dare to look at Thales and Gilbert, and only insisted on leaving in a rude and unreasonable manner. But when she was about to pull Thales' arm, Seychelles stopped her in midair. The latter looked at the young duke expressionlessly, and waited for his decision. Zayn narrowed his eyes and said in a rather gentlemanly manner, So Thales is the one who is going to inherit the Mon family? Gilbert looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. This is His Majesty's mission, and it should not be disclosed so easily. But since the master of tricolor iris flowers has asked. Gilbert sighed and nodded. His Majesty has ordered to bring this child to him so that he can hand over his father's inheritance, including Mon Manor. You know, Lord Mon rose to power during the Desert War, and had a deep friendship with His Majesty when he was alive. After he died in battle, his land and property were all entrusted to the royal family. Gilbert continued to weave lies without changing his expression. Until someone discovered his illegitimate child. Obviously, someone is not satisfied with Lord Mon's heir. Gilbert looked at the assassin's corpses all over the ground, and a worried expression appeared on his face. You must know that is a very large manor, and after Lord Mon rose to power he gained many relatives out of nowhere. Zayn looked at Thales, and his gaze froze for 2 seconds. A hero's illegitimate child an orphan? Enter Renaissance Palace? Accept His Majesty's edict and inherit his assets? At this time? And he glanced at Gines. Traveling with the chief female official of the palace, His Majesty's lover? Bustling noises could be heard from afar, as well as the sound of orderly footsteps. The city defense team and the police station finally arrived late. Anxiety was already showing on Gines' face. Gilbert's expression did not change, but Thales knew that he definitely did not want to expose himself to the public, even if it was as Lord Mon's illegitimate child. I see, no wonder His Majesty places such importance on this. As the remaining 3 people waited anxiously, Zayn suddenly flashed a smile. Lord Mon was not only His Majesty's comrade in arms, but also Constellation's hero. His bloodline should not be left behind in an ugly conspiracy. Thales secretly sighed in relief. Zayn then said worriedly, But the 2 of you are badly injured. Fortunately, the city defense team and the police station are here. The 2 of you can get medical treatment and assistance from them. And you must also clearly explain what happened before and after the assassination. As for this child, since he is His Majesty's imperial order, you can hand him over to me. I am about to head to Renaissance Palace, Zayn said plainly. Gilbert and Gines' expressions changed. Your Grace, this is too much trouble for you. Gilbert's expression was solemn as he said decisively, And this is my mission. The child's safety is the highest priority. He has already experienced an assassination. And, Zayn said emotionally. He knelt down on one knee, tore off a piece of cloth from his sleeve, and bandaged Thales' wound. A hero's orphan is worthy of me doing this. Thales's expression stiffened. Too clumsy, Zayn thought coldly in his heart. Sending his most trusted attendant and his lover to pick up the orphan of a low-ranking noble at such a critical moment? Even if that noble is a comrade who went through life and death with the king on the battlefield. There must be something wrong with that boy. Zayn smiled and nodded at them, showing an expression that told them not to worry. With the name of tricolor iris flowers and Seychelles' ability, there is no need to worry about his safety. Sensing Zayn's gaze, a chill ran down Thales's spine. Zayn Covendier. Gines took a step forward angrily, but was firmly blocked by Seychelles and his sword. Step back, madam. Seychelles did not back down from the supreme class knight. His gaze was cold. This is the Duke's will, and also my mission. Gilbert's brows were furrowed as tightly as they could. Facing a duke and a supreme class knight, he anxiously thought of a countermeasure. Sir Covendier, this is not appropriate. This is His Majesty's. Gilbert had never spoken in such a stern tone. No one can doubt my respect for His Majesty, Zayn said loudly, his gaze fixed on Thales. But it is obvious that my carriage and guards are more suitable for His Majesty's mission than you, who are covered in wounds. Zayn turned his head, and his words were daunting. Or is there something else you are hiding from me? Gilbert was momentarily speechless. Gine's gaze was cold as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword at her waist. She was already prepared to risk her life to snatch Thales away. Thales became anxious as well. Leave with this guy? Impossible. But with Yodel's disappearance, using force would only be counterproductive. What should I do? Thales frantically thought of all the solutions he could come up with. He even considered the power in his body. What should I do? Child, there is no need to be nervous. His Majesty Kessel is known for being impartial and strict. Zayn saw the three people's reactions, and was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled with slight mockery. Moreover, since you are of Lord Mon's bloodline, isn't it only right and proper for a son to inherit his father's assets? You should be proud of your father. It was his decisive charge during the Battle of the Altar that saved the entire Desert War. Please allow me to escort you away as a sign of my respect for the hero. Looking at Zayn's bright smile, Thales felt his scalp go numb. He could not think of a countermeasure. The solemn Gilbert and anxious Gines also seemed to be at their wits' end. The corners of Zayn's lips curled up. He stood up and raised his right hand. Please, this is young Sir Thales? Thales took a deep breath and glanced at the middle-aged noble and the female official. Looks like there's no other way. At this moment, the owners of the orderly footsteps finally entered everyone's sight. At least dozens of elite warriors, equipped with iron armor, long swords, silver shields, steel helmets, and even portable mystic guns and special crossbows for infantry, marched in orderly steps and surrounded everyone present. Everyone's expressions changed. Seychelles was the first to see the warriors' equipment and ornaments clearly. He approached the Duke with an unpleasant expression and said in a low voice, "It's not the police station or the city defense team. It's the royal guards." Zayn's expression suddenly became extremely unpleasant. Gilbert and Gines saw clearly the leader of this group of murderous elite warriors. Both of their expressions relaxed. It was a short and small figure wearing a cloak. His head and face were tightly covered with constellation. Thales suddenly realized that the voice under the cloak was that of a young woman. The short and small figure took a step forward and scratched her head. With that supreme king, however, the voice seemed to be a little confused and out of practice. She continued to shout, "KK Kessel, that canoops, that's a mouthful. Anyway, in the name of your king." Under Thales' dumbfounded gaze, the short figure placed his hands on his hips, raised a hand, and pointed at the people in the hall one by one. "Get Madame Gines, that gray-haired uncle, and that brat. Send them all to his palace." Chapter 55. Thales, who was rather injured, was carried by a guard. He was dizzy from the swaying, but his speed did not decrease as he followed the group. The pain in his left shoulder and left arm snapped him back to consciousness. "Where am I?" He shook his head hard. The prince only realized after a while that he was being escorted by the elite royal guards, led by the cloaked woman, in a daze. They were marching forward at a steady pace. Gilbert and Gines were walking together with the cloaked woman. They seemed to be whispering to each other. Thales took a deep breath. Dragging his tired spirit, he raised his head to look. They passed through a thick, grayish-black palace wall that seemed to have no end. The wall was mottled and occasionally damaged, as if it had been through a long time. The guards marched in orderly steps, arriving in front of a giant steel gate controlled by complicated ropes. Under the dozen or so city guarding giant crossbows at the top of the palace walls, the guards exchanged commands with the sentries who were on strict guard duty before they were allowed to pass. Thales opened his mouth in a daze and stared at the starry sky and the moonlight in a daze. The ground under his feet changed from muddy wasteland to coarse stone to exquisite tiles made of an unknown material. The everlasting lamps on both sides grew larger, more exquisite and more dazzling. When a magnificent pyramid-like building, which looked like a huge slope, rose from the ground and appeared before his eyes, he saw the royal guard standing guard every 10 steps, teams of patrolling soldiers, and the servants who came and went nodding at them to greet them. Thales suddenly came to a realization. They had arrived. It was the tallest, largest, most magnificent, and most honorable building in Eternal Star City. Thales relaxed and lowered his head again. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Thales found himself wearing a set of coarse pajamas and lying on a cushioned stone bed. He was slightly stunned. He moved his bandaged left hand and left shoulder. When he felt that he was fine, he nimbly jumped off the stone bed and stepped on the ground, which was also made of cold stone. The cold temperature and coarse touch came from the soles of his feet. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He took a step forward and touched the stone wall, which was also cold. He sized up the place. The ceiling wasn't high, but it was made of the same stone material as the walls, floor, and bed, emitting a faint chill. He walked to the windowsill and opened the wooden window. The cold wind poured in, making him shiver. Fortunately, the winter sun shone into the room made of pure stone from the tall stone windowsill. But unlike the warm Mindy's hall, even daytime and sunlight could not dispel the uncomfortable feeling of coldness and dampness in this room. Just like the abandoned house. A thought struck Thales, and he remembered the place where he had stayed for 4 years. He glanced out of the window. The prince instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment he stuck his head out, he saw a crowd as small as ants, a carriage the size of a fingernail, a house the size of a chessboard, and a street with fine lines. Without a doubt, this room was at an extremely high place, overlooking the various scenery of the king's city below. Just like in another life, he told himself. At this moment, the only door in the room made of thick wood was pushed open. Gines Bajkovic, the first lady of the court, appeared at the door of the room. Madame Gines. When Thales saw a familiar face, he instantly felt a lot more at ease. Looks like you have recovered quite well. Gines' face was a little pale, and she did not seem to be in a good state of mind, but she still forced herself to stay upright. It's more than quite well. Gines thought. I was hit by a dagger the day before, and the next day. Even orcs do not have this kind of recovery ability. She sighed. Right, Gines. Madame Gines. Thales was so anxious that he even forgot to use honorifics. He hurriedly took a step forward. Yesterday, Yodel and Gilbert. Gines extended a hand and interrupted Thales' words. She said quietly, Don't worry, Gilbert is by His Majesty's side. They have important matters to deal with. And Yodel, he is still alive. Still alive? Thales was shocked. Does that mean? Gines seemed to have realized that her words were a little too harsh. She immediately corrected herself and said, He was hit by a few arrows and is currently recuperating. Yesterday, it was also thanks to him informing His Majesty's other secret protector in time that the royal guards rushed over in time. Thales heaved a sigh of relief with complicated emotions. He remembered the conversation he had with Yodel last night. Thank goodness. That was not the last time. That masked protector. He survived. Thales immediately shifted his attention back to Gines' words. Another secret protector? Thales remembered the young woman who wore a cloak. He saved this piece of information. Before he could digest it, his mind jumped to another matter. Also those assassins and that Duke Covendier. Gine's gaze became stern. This made Thales remember the days when he trained hard. She said, "That is not a problem you should be concerned about. Everything has been taken care of. Those problems will not be problems very soon. Also, you have to believe in your father." My father? Thales recalled this unfamiliar term with great difficulty. It was not that he did not care, but ever since he came to Mindy's Hall from Red Street Market, he had only met his father in name once, not to mention his strange attitude towards him. "I have asked the servants to prepare hot water and breakfast. Tidy yourself up first. We still have important things to do." Gines looked at him sternly. Servants. Thales was stunned for a moment. He quickly turned his head around and looked at the room that looked more like a coffin than a bedroom. "So we are," Gines nodded tiredly. "Yes, you are in the largest and most important building in Eternal Star City. The Palace of the Supreme Kings of Constellation." Gines uttered 3 words expressionlessly. Renaissance Palace. Thales opened his mouth wide, and remembered the large pyramid-shaped building he saw last night. No wonder it's so high up. He then furrowed his brows and looked at everything around him. The mottled walls, the dull color, the dim lighting, the cold temperature, the hard stone slabs, the rough ground, the narrow room. Compared to Mindy's Hall, this place was like a slum. Gines saw through Thales' gaze. "Why? Not used to it." She crossed her arms and looked at Thales' expression with interest. "No, it's not that." Thales quickly waved his hands and shook his head. He wanted to say something, but in the end he only sighed and lowered his head. In truth, he wanted to say that this was the best night he had slept in over 20 days. The hard and cold bed and the rough and uneven floor allowed Thales to regain the sense of security that the soft bed and quilt in Mindy's Hall could not give him. So, Thales sadly realized that the best sleep he had was during the 4 years when he was a child beggar in the harsh and terrible abandoned house. But obviously, Gines treated his truthful words as stubbornness. She smiled dejectedly. "I know what you are thinking. That's right. The palace of the Supreme King is not as glorious, luxurious, exquisite, and magnificent as I imagined." Gines walked to the window and focused her gaze on the countless citizens of the kingdom under the tall Renaissance palace. On the contrary, this so-called Renaissance palace at the center of the kingdom is not even comparable to a normal house. Thales watched in a daze as the arrogant, domineering, and unyielding female official, Gines Bajkovic, sighed desolately in the next moment. Very narrow. Very high. Very cold. Gines turned around and looked at Thales with a complicated expression. And very dark. Thales followed behind Gines Bajkovic and stepped on the hard and rough stone floor that was unique to Renaissance Palace. They walked past the similarly narrow, cold and dark rooms. The guards and servants they met on the way lowered their heads and bowed to Gines when they saw her. The lighting in the interior of this semi-pyramid-shaped palace was so bad that they had to use lamps to illuminate some of the more difficult corners during the day. Because they were too high up, cold wind continuously blew in through the gaps. The only good thing about this place was that it was usually very difficult to rear insects in such a place. The narrow walkways and low ceilings made the atmosphere in the palace feel oppressive and uncomfortable. Sometimes, it even seemed lifeless. This place. Thales stuck out his tongue and secretly sighed. It really doesn't look like a palace. Instead, it looks like a mausoleum. Weren't the Egyptian pyramids in my previous life the mausoleums of kings with countless ancient histories buried underground? Gines suddenly stopped. She returned to her cold self and spoke slowly. "We're here." "We're here?" Thales, who had been absent-minded just now, only noticed that he and Gines had walked into a spacious and dark stone corridor. In front of them was a stone door that opened on both sides. "Go in, child." Gines did not answer him. She only nodded at Thales with a profound expression. "Be polite." "What polite?" Before the stunned Thales could finish speaking, Gines pressed her hand against the stone door and pushed it open abruptly. Boom. Thales stared at the scene behind the stone door in astonishment. It was a pitch-black room with everlasting lamps lit in a few corners. The everlasting lamp in the center was held by a woman with her back to him. Is that a woman? While Thales was still in shock, Gines pushed him into the room. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the stone door closed. Thales managed to find his footing after much difficulty, but he realized that he was already locked in the stone house by Gines. So it's you, boy? At this moment, a mellow, pleasant, and sweet voice came from the center of the room. Thales turned his head in confusion and looked at the woman with her back facing him. The woman held the everlasting lamp and slowly turned around. Thales' eyes brightened. It was a beauty with an oval face with bright eyes and white teeth. She was in her 30s. Compared to the charming and mature Gines, she lacked a hint of valiance and cleverness, but was more gentle and charming. She wore a dark veil and a robe decorated with half a red sun. Wait a minute, half a red sun? Thales was shocked. You are the priestess of Sunset Temple? Sunset Temple? The beauty chuckled softly. However, not only did Thales not feel a hint of gentleness from her laughter, he even felt a faint coldness. Let me take a closer look at you, boy. The beauty's waist slowly moved closer to him, but Thales furrowed his brows. He could not feel any warmth or kindness from her. He could feel some sort of uncomfortable aura from this woman. As expected, the charming beauty in her 30s crouched down in front of him. She narrowed her eyes and observed Thales. You also have a pair of gray eyes, just like your mother. Thales' pupils shrank. Mother? Thales was stunned for a second. You know. I'm sorry, madam. Do you know my mother? He asked in surprise. At the same time, he remembered Gines' reminder to be polite, so he quickly changed his tone and used honorifics. Of course your mother. She is a ruthless character who should not be trifled with. The charming beauty curled up the corners of her mouth, and her gaze was cold. Did Kessel not tell you? Thales' breathing quickened without him realizing it. No, madam. Thales said a little awkwardly. Apart from her name, my father did not tell me anything else. I see. All right, you can leave now. The charming beauty sneered and shook the everlasting lamp in her hand. Their figures flashed around the stone house. Tell Kessel that I am ready. It's over? Gines, or that father, asked me to meet her. What does this mean? But he had to know. Because. Thales took a deep breath. He was almost 100% sure that all the abnormalities in his body were related to that suspicious mother of his. Thales took a deep breath and bowed respectfully with the etiquette he learned from Gines. Madam, if you can tell me about my mother, I will be eternally grateful. The charming beauty covered her mouth and chuckled, but her expression immediately turned cold, and she said in an icy tone, Since your father didn't tell you, why should I tell you? Thales was instantly speechless, but he could not give up so easily. But that is my mother. I have the right to know. And I will repay you. The beauty only sneered and turned around. But you are not my son. I have no obligation to tell you. Besides, I do not need you to repay me. Thales was speechless again. From Yodel to Gilbert, other than his own father, he had never met someone like this. This is even more arrogant than the king. But a path seemed to be instantly connected in his mind. More arrogant than the king? Thales' brain worked continuously. He thought of something. He took a deep breath and looked at the charming beauty. I see. I know who you are. The charming beauty turned her head in surprise. I heard my father and Gilbert talk about you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He tried to recall the time when he was just saved by Yodel and brought to Mindy's hall. I remember now, he said slowly. You are. Thales took a deep breath and raised his left hand to look at the faint scar on it. He looked hesitant for a moment, but then said firmly, You are that bloodline lamp. The lamp used to search for my father's blood descendants, the caster of the bloodline divine art. You are the head ritual master of Sunset Temple. Lycia. The expression of the charming beauty, Lycia, immediately became unpleasant. As expected of your mother's son, she said slowly. You even inherited her cunning and good memory. That's right, I am Lycia Arund, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple. The only spokesperson of the sunset goddess in the world. And also the person who will prove your identity as a member of the royal family. Chapter 56. It seems that my mother once troubled you. Thales's expression was resolute. He was determined to find out the identity of his mysterious mother. Lycia chuckled in disdain. Troubled? The coquettish priestess walked in front of him. Her gaze was terrifying. More than that. She was a nightmare. Nightmare? Thales recalled Kessel V's coldness and disregard towards him. He could not help but be stunned. You should leave, bloodline of the kingdom. Lycia looked down at Thales coldly. I have seen you. Your mission is complete. Thales snapped out of his daze. He gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Therangerana. Upon hearing this name, Lycia suddenly paused. The color in her eyes changed. Thales took a deep breath and continued. This is my mother's name. I do not know what this name means to you. But no matter what kind of person she is, I need to know. Lycia lowered her head slightly and narrowed her eyes. In a split second, Thales was shocked to find that all the everlasting lamps in the room had become brighter. They lit up the dark stone house. The originally quiet and gentle flames in the lamps even started to crackle. Is this divine art? He clenched his left hand tightly. Lycia looked at Thales' gray eyes. Her frown deepened. Finally, she flung her sleeves in disgust. You are really a continuation of that nightmare. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't ask about your damned mother. I will not tell you anything. Thales stared at Lycia in a daze. But he still suppressed his displeasure and hurriedly said, But you have already told me. You told a son that his mother was a nightmare. Thales raised his head and stared at Lycia's cold, black eyes without showing any signs of weakness. I am curious. Whose nightmare is she? Father's? Thales gritted his teeth and asked. Or your nightmare? Lycia's eyes suddenly shone with a fierce light. It was not a description. It was a real golden light. It was so bright that Thales could not open his eyes. Thales was so shocked that he took a step back. He raised his left hand to shield his eyes and touched JC's dagger with his right hand. He felt very uncomfortable under that golden light. Is this the power of the so-called sunset goddess? Watch your words, mortal. Lycia's eyes were shining so brightly that even her pupils and expression could not be seen clearly. She had a dignified expression on her face, but she spoke in an incomparably calm tone. In this mortal world, no one knows better than me how hateful your mother is. Thales stared at her blankly. She is a cold, cruel, cunning, and crazy bitch who is obsessed with power and strength. Every move she makes has an ugly motive that she can't tell anyone. Remember my words. Completely forget her, or you'll regret it one day. Thales absent-mindedly went up and down a few flights of stairs. He followed Gines down a path in Renaissance Palace that he did not know which floor it was. He could not let go of Lycia's words for a long time. Cold, cruel, sinister and cunning? Crazy obsession with power and strength? What kind of person was his mother? The more Thales thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Especially when it came to the abnormalities in his body. Thales gritted his teeth. Gines looked at Thales and shook her head slightly. Don't take it to heart. Gines pursed her lips nonchalantly. It's normal that Lycia doesn't like you. That woman has always been stubborn, and can't let go of anything. Thales raised his head curiously and heard the female official say flatly, Before she became the ritual master, she had a marriage contract with your father. Thales was shocked when he heard this. Marriage contract? Yes. Due to many reasons they couldn't get married. Gines snorted in disdain. Lycia, that woman who couldn't live without a man, ran to Sunset Temple in a fit of anger, and served the goddess for the rest of her life. So she doesn't like me, the king's lover. The prince, who had just heard a huge piece of gossip, opened his mouth wide in shock. But so what? At that moment, Gines returned to her capable and astute self. The first-class female official curled up the corners of her lips slightly. Why do you have to let other people's gazes decide your fate, even if those are the gazes of the gods? At this moment, Gines stopped in front of a larger stone house and gently pushed the door open. We're here. As usual, you can go in alone. As she looked at the stone house, Gines' original capable and confident expression disappeared. She sighed dejectedly. Only you can go in here, the female official said faintly. Emma's. Thales was puzzled. He finally noticed that there was something wrong with Gines, who stood in front of the door. However, Gines pushed him into the stone house again without any explanation. Eternal Star City, West City Gate. Wait a minute. Is that the Caribbean family's carriages in front? May I ask if Count Caribbean himself is here? Uncle? Uncle, is that you? A group of knights holding single-winged raven flags rushed over from the city gate, looking travel-worn. They caught up to a carriage that was escorted by a dozen knights. The coat of arms of 2 towers and a longsword were engraved on the carriage door. The leader of the knights holding the single-winged raven flags was a male noble in his 30s. He sped up on his horse and arrived in front of the carriage. He watched as a dignified old noble with white hair at his temples alighted from the carriage. Derek? It's you, the young and promising Count of Wingfort from the Chroma family. You actually rode a horse here? The old noble said gently. The young Count of Wingfort, Derek Chroma, flashed a smile. It would take at least 2 days and 2 nights for a carriage to travel from Wingfort to here. I wouldn't make it in time. I might as well ride a horse here. On my way here, I met the carriages of the Bosdorf family and the Lasha family. They should arrive in a while. This way, the people from the west of the 13 distinguished families will all be here. As for you, uncle, it's been a long time. How are cousin Cohen and aunt Kesha and Gina? Cohen has been restless ever since he returned from the battlefield. I arranged for him to work as a police officer in the capital. Hey. When he thought of his old classmate Snitch, Count Caribbean heaved a deep sigh. As for your aunt, she is still the same. She worries about Cohen's marriage every day. That pair of little demons at home are overjoyed. Every day, they urge their mother to hold a ball in the name of helping their brother find a wife. The old noble said faintly. What? The young Chroma was stunned for a moment. He immediately smiled and said, Aunt has always been like this. When I came of age, she almost brought half of the girls from Walla Hill with her. Chroma immediately took a step forward and said in a low voice, So, that matter is true. King Nuvan's only son died in Constellation? The Count of Walla Hill, Tarami Caribbean, looked at his wife and nephew and sighed softly. It seems to be true. I just met Count Zamunto of the Arund family. I heard that Extet's messenger is already on his way, and their army is gathering. Right now, the ones who are the most anxious should be the Duke of the Northern Territory and the families under him. Chroma sighed. He leaned forward and said with a solemn expression, Will they fight? Count Caribbean glanced at his wife and nephew and said slowly, If there is no miracle, you should ask, how will the fight turn out? Start stocking up on food and prepare for the recruitment of soldiers in the territory. As he spoke, he stepped down from the carriage. He spread his arms and hugged Lord Lorbekdera, the head of the Western City Police Station, who came to welcome him. Long time no see, old classmate. Haha, you have gained so much weight. This is the Count of Wingfort and also my wife's nephew, Derek Chroma. He is one of the 19 territorial vassals who are qualified to receive His Majesty's General Edict. So it is the legendary Chroma, the single-winged savior of the 13 distinguished families. And you must be the horse slayer, Lord Lorbekdera, who rose to fame in the fortress tragedy 12 years ago. Sigh, that damned battle. After Caribbean introduced Lorbeck and Chroma to each other, a melodious bell suddenly rang from afar. Asterisk dong. Asterisk, the bell rang was heavy and long, and it traveled far away. The Count of Wingfort, Chroma, who did not come to the capital city, often furrowed his brows. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the bell of Constellation? Did something big happen? Lorbeck, who had been in the capital city for many years, nodded in puzzlement. Yes, the bell of Constellation rings. Something big has to be announced in the center of each district. Usually, it is the wedding of the royal family or an important person. But recently, there has been nothing. At that moment. Asterisk dong. Asterisk, the long bell rang for the second time. Lorbeck's expression changed. The bell rang for the second time, he said solemnly. This means that within a few hours, His Majesty will be holding a national conference in the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace. National conference? the national conference that is said to be open to all citizens, regardless of nobles or commoners. Chroma's face was pale. But the news of the assassination of the ex-det diplomat group is still a secret. It is only spread among the nobles. The higher parliament of Constellation is also going to be held tonight, isn't it? Why is the national conference being held at this time? Yes, the matters of the national conference will be announced to the entire Star Plaza and all of Constellation. Do you still remember the declaration of war in the Desert War? Director Lorbeck thought hard. Count Derek Chroma looked at the citizens of the capital city, who were excitedly rushing to Star Plaza. His expression was unpleasant. Surely His Majesty is not going to announce the news and declare war on ex-det in advance? Who knows? Count Caribbean's expression darkened. But that is the Iron Hand King. It's not like he has never done something like this before. That you're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.